Oh, there it is. Okay. Good morning. Okay.
Ready to go?
Are we ready? Audio, video, tech team, are we good to go? Excellent. Well, good morning, everybody. It is a bright and cheery, what is it? Thursday, Friday? I'm losing track. It is a beautiful Thursday morning, April 28th, 2022, and we are in the Natural Resources Building here at 715 P Street. I'd like to welcome everybody to the Delta Stewardship Council meeting. And at this time, we will call roll call to establish a quorum. And we will start with Councilmember Damrell.
Damrell here.
Councilmember Lee. Here. Councilmember Moranian. Aye. Councilmember Natoli. Councilmember Smith. Here. Councilmember Zingali.
Here.
And myself, Medueno, here. At this time, I'm sorry, if any member of the public is interested in providing public comment on any agenda item during today's meeting, please turn a blue card into the clerk or send an email blue card to engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov. That's .gov as seen on your screen. Be sure to note your name and the agenda item that you wish to speak on. When called, the clerk will call you up or unmute you so that you may speak. At this time, it is now, according to my clock, 9:03. We are going to go into closed session and we expect to return at 10 a.m. And let the record reflect that Councilmember Natoli is now with us as well. Good morning, Councilmember Natoli. Okay. Good morning. I don't you usually don't. Okay, I'm gonna wait for it to be just 10 o'clock and then we will call it to order. It is now 10 a.m., so we will recommence the meeting. There is nothing to report out of closed session. I would like to reestablish a quorum, so I will call roll call again. We'll start with Councilmember Damrell.
Here.
Councilmember Lee.
Here.
Councilmember Moranian.
Moranian here.
Councilmember Natoli. Councilmember Smith.
Smith here.
Councilmember Zingali.
Here.
And myself, Councilmember Medueno, here. If any member of the public is interested in providing public comment on any agenda item during today's meeting, please send an email blue card to the clerk at engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov. That again is engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov as seen on the screen. Be sure to note your name and the agenda item that you wish to speak on. When called, the clerk will unmute you. Just a couple of housekeeping items. For those of you who are here present, there is a restroom just down the hall. Please take a photo with your phone of the bathroom code as you will need it to enter. There is also a water filling station in the back. And materials, you can find them if you're participating virtually online, or if you're here in person, they're in the back of the room. Also, in case of an emergency, the exit is noted just right outside. You go down the stairs and out the door. We will now move on to the consent calendar. Is there an approval of the consent calendar?
Move approval of consent calendar.
Second.
Are there any public comments on the items on the consent calendar?
No, Madam Chair, there are not.
Okay. Members, is there a need for any discussion on items on the consent calendar? If not, I will accept the motion to accept by Councilmember Moranian, and a second, was that by Councilmember Smith? Okay, we will move on to the vote. And we'll start with Councilmember Damrell, Councilmember Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Moranian,
Aye.
Councilmember Natoli,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Zingali,
Aye.
myself, Madueño, aye. We will now move on to the adoption of the March 24th, 2022 meeting summary. Is there any public comment on this item?
And Madam Chair, we just approved it with the consent calendar.
Oh, sorry. Okay, it's all wrapped in. Thank you. We'll now move on to public comment. This item is for the public to comment on any topic not on today's council agenda. Any comments on the items on the agenda will be taken during that time, including the Lookout Slough hearing. Are there any public comments?
No, Madam Chair, there are not.
Perfect. Okay, move on. Okay. We will now move on to the Lookout Slough hearing. Again, good morning. I am Virginia Madueño, Vice Chair of the Delta Stewardship Council, and we are here to receive comments on the proposed determination that contains staff's recommended findings regarding the appeals of the revised certification of consistency number C202110 for the Department of Water Resources Lookout Slough Tidal Habitat Restoration and Flood Improvement Project. For the convenience, may be referred to throughout this item as the Lookout Slough Project. After we receive comments, the council will reconsider or will consider the proposed determination and adopt findings pursuant to Water Code Section 85225.25. The council published a detailed notice of public meeting regarding appeals on April 14th, 2022. An agenda for the item can be found in the Bagley-Keene meeting notice, which was posted on the council's website on April 18th, 2022. Let the record reflect that it is now 10:04 on Thursday, April 28th, 2022, and the council has convened a quorum at a physical location at 715 P Street, room 221 in Sacramento, California. In addition to the physical location, an option to observe the meeting remotely and an option for remote participation have been provided via CalSpan and Zoom. The Department of Water Resources previously submitted a certification of consistency number 202105 for this covered action to the council on February 22nd, 2021. That certification was appealed by 4 parties. Following a public hearing held on March 25th and 26th, 2021, at its public meeting on July 16th, 2021, the council adopted findings in a determination remanding the matter in part to the department for reconsideration on certain issues appealed under Delta Plan policies GP1, B3, and DPP2 related to recreation, and denying or dismissing the appeals on all other issues. On December 30th, 2021, the department submitted revised certification of consistency number C202110 to address the council's findings on appeal of the previous certification number C202105. This revised certification C202110 has been appealed by two parties, Solano County Water Agency and Liberty Island Access. The council conducted a duly noticed public hearing on this matter at our March 24th, 2022 meeting, where we heard oral presentations and received written statements regarding the appeals from appellants, the department, and all other interested persons. After hearing the appeals, we took action to dismiss all appeal issues raised by the Solano County Water Agency and appeal issues related to Delta Plan Policy GP1B2 raised by Liberty Island Access, and directed staff to prepare draft findings regarding non-dismissed issues on appeal of revised certification C202110 for the council's consideration for today's meeting. Staff has prepared a proposed determination on the non-dismissed issues for the council's consideration at today's meeting. The proposed determination includes a section containing the issues that were dismissed by the council following the hearing on appeals on March 24th, 2022. The dismissal of these issues has been adopted by the council, and they are included in the proposed determination for ease of reference and are not subject to renewed deliberation. Today, we will have a staff presentation followed by comments from the parties to the appeal. We will hear first from the Delta Protection Commission, followed by the appellants, Solano County Water Agency and Liberty Island Access, followed by the Department of Water Resources. The Delta Protection Commission and each appellant will be allowed 10 minutes for oral comments. The Department of Water Resources will be allowed a total of 20 minutes. And all other persons wishing to address this council will be allowed a total of 3 minutes per person. I will now ask council staff members, Jeff Henderson and Dan Constable, to provide a presentation for this item. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning, Madam Vice Chair. It's a pleasure to be here in person to address the
Yes.
council with regard to this matter. I'll be sharing this presentation this morning with Dan Constable, who will be participating remotely. So we'll have a little bit of in person and a little bit of remote. Next slide, please. So for today's presentation and agenda item, we're going to provide a description of the covered action that's under consideration on appeals. We will talk a bit about the council's covered action authority. We'll describe the certification or revised certification and the appeals that have been received, including a quick summary of the action that the council took at the March meeting. And then we'll provide you with a staff recommendation with regard to the proposed determination and the resolution that you have before you. So I'm now going to ask Dan to provide our covered action description and overview.
Hello, all. Good morning, and apologies for not being able to be there in person today. I'm looking forward to attending in person at our next meeting after all this time. So as Jeff noted, we can give a quick overview, and some of this will be a reminder for those of you who were at our last meeting. Give an overview of the covered action description, our covered actions authority, certification appeals, and then hand it back to Jeff for our staff recommendation. So we can move to the next slide, please. So the covered action description, according to the department, this project is intended to provide habitat and food availability for wetland-dependent species. It is intended to increase food storage and conveyance, increase the resilience of levees, and reduce flood risk, and is necessary to partially fulfill requirements under the 2008 United States Fish and Wildlife Services biological opinion, the 2009 National Marine Fisheries Service biological opinion, and the 2020 long-term operations incidental take permit. The Department of Water Resources, which we may refer to as DWR or the department, is the lead agency for this covered action. It would involve restoration of around 3,165 acres of tidal wetland habitat and creation of 40,000 acre feet of transitory flood storage in the Cache Slough complex. And just as a reminder, again, this is a revised certification. This is for covered action C2110, but it's revised from C2105. 5. As noted in the staff report, this covered action was previously appealed. We can go to the next slide, please. This shows two maps. The map on the left shows the potential modifications to the current landscape here. So this project, if it goes ahead, would involve a new setback levee constructed to the east of Duck Slough and south of Liberty Island Road, multiple breaches at Shag Slough Levee and Vogel Levee, and the Cache Slough Haas Slough Levee would undergo a series of improvements, remain in place, and function as a training levee to maintain stage differences between the proposed project site and Cache Slough and Haas Sloughs. If you look to the right, this would demonstrate the potential landscape after the project is implemented, with a change in waterways on the landscape, as well as other project features, including the levee breaches. Next slide, please. A quick overview and reminder on the Council's Covered Actions Authority. This comes out of the 2009 Delta Reform Act, which defines and establishes this authority. It includes and establishes the co-equal goals, which are providing a more reliable water supply for California and protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem. The co-equal goals are to be achieved in a manner that protects and enhances the unique cultural, recreational, natural resource, and agriculture values of Delta as an evolving place. The Reform Act also charges the Council to implement the Delta Plan, which is a comprehensive resource management plan for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta and Sassoon Marsh. And as part of this charge, the Council is a regulatory and appellate authority over certain state and local public agency plans, programs, and projects in the Delta and the Marsh to ensure they are consistent with the Delta Plan. And these actions are known as, quote, covered actions, end quote. The Delta Plan includes 17 regulatory policies adopted to meet objectives the legislature said in statute were inherent in the co-equal goals. And the agency carrying out, approving, or funding a covered action in the Delta, in this case, the Department of Water Resources, must demonstrate that a covered action's consistency with the Delta Plan regulatory policies when it carries out, approves, or funds a covered action. Next slide, please. For certifications and appeals under the Covered Actions Authority, this is also defined in the 2009 Delta Reform Act. But broadly, there are two processes here. There's a certification of consistency, where a state or local public agency determines if a project is a covered action. That's within their authority. And if they submit a covered action, it requires a written certification with detailed findings as to whether the covered action is consistent with a Delta Plan. Any person who claims that a proposed covered action is inconsistent with the Delta Plan, and as a result of that inconsistency, the action would have a significant adverse impact on the achievement of one or both of the co-equal goals, or implementation of government-sponsored flood control programs to reduce risks to people and property in the Delta, may appeal the certification of consistency within 30 days of the submission. And this needs to include specific factual allegations. The Council's appeals procedures governing appeals also address the authority of the Council when considering revised certification, and those procedures and the specific sections in them are also posted on our website. That URL is shown at the bottom of the slide here. Next slide, please. While we are reviewing, when we review a certification appeals, we use what we refer to as the substantial evidence standard. This shows what's on the slide here. It broadly includes the scope of the Council's review as whether the certification is supported by substantial evidence in the record that's established in Water Code, and that's what we're looking at as staff. That's all we can look at. The Council does not independently review a covered action to determine if it is consistent with the Delta Plan. However, the Council does determine a substantial evidence in the record supports the department's certification that this covered action is consistent with the Delta Plan in light of appeals, meaning the specific issues raised in appeals for this certification. Next slide, please. Okay, for revised certification C2110, the department submitted the certification of consistency on December 30th, 2021. As a reminder, again, this is a recertification from the prior certification C2021-5. The department's findings for this for each policy are shown to the right here, but broadly, there are for two policies here for consistent and the remainder for not applicable. For the consistent policies, the department certified that the Lookout Slough project is consistent with the two policies remanded by the council for the prior certification, C2021-5 in July 2016. That includes GP1B3, best available science, and DPP2, which we refer to sometimes as delta as place. For the remaining policies, the department certified that the policies are not applicable because they either were deemed consistent for the policy and were not remanded by the council for certification under C2021-5, were not applicable under the previous certification C2021-5, were not appealed, and remain not applicable because there have been no change to the project. Next slide, please. That Virginia touched on as well. Again, this is a recertification. The prior certification was C2021-5. That was submitted to the council in February of 2021. That certification had been appealed by four appellants, which are listed there. Two of the appellants, Liberty Island Access and Solano County Water Agency, have again appealed the revised certification. For the prior certification, the council issued a determination on July 16th, 2021. That determination remanded in part on specific issues for two policies, GP1B3, best available science, and DPP2, delta as place. All other appeal issues were either denied or dismissed. For the revised certification C2021-10, the revised certification is to address council findings on just the remanded issues. And again, there were two parties that appealed this revised certification. Next slide, please. Okay, there's a bit of text on this slide, but I'm going to give an overview here, and I do need to read some specific text here. So as part of the council July 2021 determination on C2021-5, the department certification of consistency with respect to the following was not supported by substantial evidence in the record. So these were the two issues and policies that were remanded. For GP1B3, best available science, as to the issue of methods to estimate recreational use as it relates to best available science criterion of inclusiveness, and under DPP2, respect local land use when citing water or flood facilities or restoration habitats as to the following issues: that recreational uses of Liberty Island Road, the Shag Slough Bridge, and Liberty Island Ecological Reserve, or LIER, do not constitute existing uses, that the covered action would not conflict with existing recreational uses of Liberty Island Road, the Shag Slough Bridge, and LIER, and that the department avoided or reduced conflicts with existing recreational uses of Liberty Island Road, the Shag Slough Bridge, and LIER when citing the Lookout Slough project. Okay, next slide, please. Just a reminder on the kind of the high level timeline for this revised certification, C2021-10. Again, this was first submitted by the department on December 30th of 2021. The council deemed the two appeals filed effective January 31st, 2022. We issued a hearing notice in February 17th. That was for a hearing that took place on March 24th, 2022. And at that hearing, the council held a hearing on appeals and dismissed appeal issues were previously denied, either in the council's July 2021 determination, because these appeals do not raise an appealable issue. They were focused on that. And on April 14th, we provided a notice of today's meeting and released a staff draft determination for a public review and comment period. And that considers comments that we received from LIA on DPP2. For today's meeting, or sorry, on April 26th, we released revised proposed determination that includes those considerations. We released that for public review, and that's the meeting materials that have been provided for today, for April 28th. Next slide, please. So the summary of appeals that we received on revised certification C2021-10. Broadly, the appeals contend the department failed to demonstrate substantial evidence within the record to support consistency with aspects of the 4 Delta plan policies that are identified on this slide. As a reminder, only GP1B3 and DPP2 were remanded by the council on prior certification, see 2021-5. And GP1B3, that's best available science, was not appealed by either party for the revised certification. Next slide, please. The types of recommended findings. There are 4 types of recommended findings contained in the proposed determination related to individual Delta plan policies and issues identified by appellants within those policies. By adopting the proposed determination today, the council would dismiss non-appealable issues, issues outside the council's jurisdiction, and issues where appellants fail to provide the required specificity, and would deny appeals because appellants fail to show that the certification is not supported by substantial evidence in the record. And we'll review the details of each of these findings in the balance of this presentation, including the issues for which staff recommend the council dismiss the appeals. Okay, next slide, please. The previous dismissal of non-appealable issues. For the 4 policies that were appealed, staff are recommending that the council dismiss all appeal issues with the exception of LIA's appeal of policy DPP2 with regard to conflicts with existing recreational uses. The specifics of these recommendations are detailed in the attached document. That's the proposed determination, potential dismissal of appeals that was provided as part of the meeting packet. However, at a high level, the recommendation is due to no change in the project as certified by the department. The policy was not remanded by the council, and that there's no substantial evidence cited during the record to support of an appeal issue. As noted on the staff report, we're requesting the council take action on the staff recommendation to dismiss select appeal policies and issues as identified in the attached document on the potential dismissal of appeals. And we'd also like to highlight that LIA has appealed DPP2 regarding existing recreational use of the site is not recommended for dismissal again. The council, I'm sorry, I'm going to pass over this. I think we can go to the next slide. And for this, I'm going to hand it back over to Jeff to give specifics on DPP2, which is the remaining policy for consideration in detail today.
Thank you, Dan, for that summary. I'm going to summarize again the requirements of DPP2 for everyone's reference, and then we will walk through the proposed findings that staff has developed for the council's consideration at today's meeting. So again, DPP2 is a policy titled Respect Local Land Use when siting water or flood facilities or restoring habitats. The requirements of this policy include that covered actions must be cited when feasible to avoid or to reduce conflicts with existing uses and uses described or depicted in city and county general plans. And again, I want to stress the wording when feasible. It also requires consideration of comments from local agencies and the Delta Protection Commission in the context of those decisions. In revised certification 2021-10, the department identified that the project was consistent with DPP2 on the remanded issues that Dan summarized on the previous slide, and that it was not applicable to the remaining issues that were not remanded by the council. This finding, again, was appealed by Liberty Island Access. In the previous determination, the council remanded those issues related to avoiding or reducing conflicts with Liberty Island Road, with the Shag Slough Bridge, and with the Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. And the council denied the appeals as to all other DPP2 issues. And our recommendation to the council today would be to adopt a proposed resolution 2022-03, which essentially would dismiss or deny the remaining appeal issues brought forward by Liberty Island Access today. Next slide, please. So I'm going to briefly summarize the appeal issues and the recommended findings. These are detailed in the proposed determination, which a copy both clean and red line has been provided in your packets for today. Staff is recommending denying appeals on the issues that are related to the range considered in terms of design options that were evaluated by the department for feasibility within the Lookout Slough project, potential to change the project since the previous certification C202110. Will address conflicting evidence that's cited by Liberty Island Access relative to the substantial evidence standard of review that the council is obliged to undertake. Will describe the existence of recreation use of Liberty Island Road, the Shag Slough Bridge, and the LIER. Will describe the siting process for the project and how it considered or did not consider conflicts with existing recreational uses. And then we'll really focus on whether the project was cited to reduce conflicts with existing recreational uses where feasible, and address the department's findings regarding the feasibility of additional proposals recommended to the department to reduce recreational conflicts. Next slide, please. So we'll begin by addressing the range of design options evaluated for feasibility. The appeal essentially alleges that the department did not consider the feasibility of a full range of additional project options that were recommended by stakeholders in listening sessions. And you'll recall from previous presentations that the department conducted a series of listening sessions with Solano County, with CDFW, with Liberty Island Access to identify potential ideas to potentially further reduce the effects of the project on existing recreational use. The appeal alleges that the department didn't consider all of the options that were recommended. And our finding recommends that DPP2 does not require the department to consider all design features that would reduce conflicts with existing uses. The department does provide evidence in the record that feasible design measures were incorporated into siting the project to reduce conflicts with existing recreational uses, and that alternative proposals were considered to reduce conflicts with existing recreational uses and found by the department to be infeasible, relying on evidence in the record. And therefore, substantial evidence exists within the record to support the department's certification related to the consideration of the feasibility of additional proposals to improve public recreational access on the site. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. The next issue addresses potential changes to the project since certification 2021-5. So again, since the certification last year. And in this claim, LIA alleges that although the department had conducted new studies and that those new studies show that recreational use of the project site is higher than originally anticipated, the department has made no changes or has proposed no changes to the Lookout Slough project to reduce the impacts in recreational use that LIA claims have been increased as shown in the revised information presented by the department as part of the certification. And we want to clarify that DPP2 does not specifically require the department to change the project between the first certification and the second certification as a means to avoid or reduce conflicts with recreational use, or to incorporate things into the project that it determines are not feasible. And for those reasons, substantial evidence exists within the record to support the department's certification that it did consider the feasibility of additional proposals for public recreational access. Next slide, please. There's also an issue that's addressed in the proposed determination regarding conflicting evidence and the substantial evidence standard. And in this case, LIA identifies evidence throughout the record that it then uses to contest the department's findings that the project indeed incorporates feasible measures to reduce conflicts with recreational uses. It's important to note under the substantial evidence standard that the council's role is not to weigh conflicting evidence, so long as the certification is supported by evidence in the record that a reasonable person could find compelling to support that conclusion. And in those cases where there is evidence in the record that perhaps opposing parties identify and reach different conclusions using that same information, so long as the certifying agency's conclusion is supported by evidence in the record, the council defaults or essentially defers to the certifying agency's finding in that instance. So it's a matter that the council doesn't weigh substantial evidence in the record. If it's there, we would defer to the certifying agency in that instance if it supports their conclusion. One thing to note in the proposed determination is we do identify a point upon which, in this instance, upon which the department and LIA concur. And that is that there are indeed existing recreational uses of Liberty Island Road, the Shag Slough Bridge, and the Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. And in fact, the project would conflict with those uses. This takes us towards the path of feasibility. And so it is important to note that, one distinction between the previous certification and this one is that both parties concur that these existing recreational uses do indeed exist and that the project would conflict with them in order to accomplish its goals. So the question now becomes, is it feasible for the department to reduce or avoid those conflicts through the project siting? Next slide, please. There are a number of new conflicts that LIA identifies in the appeal. One is related to potential new parking conflicts, and LIA claims that parking along the paved east-west segment of Liberty Island Road, again across sort of the top of the project site, would create new conflicts with landowners on the north side of the road. And the department had conducted a series of studies using aerial photography, using on-demand cameras and the like, and identified the potential for roughly 35 to 36 vehicles at any given point to be using the site, and has provided improvements to the roadway and turnarounds at either end of that improvement to the roadway that is able to accommodate that level of parking. And so for those reasons, we believe that the department has substantiated their record with regard to this issue. And furthermore, the appeal does not substantiate the potential for these parking conflicts to exist, and that's not provided in the appeal. Then we get to sort of two multi-part issues. The first is identifying ways that the project incorporates features that have the potential to reduce conflicts with the existing recreational uses. And the second addresses their consideration of the feasibility of alternative means to do so. So we'll cover first the steps taken to reduce conflict to existing recreational uses. In the appeal, LIA claims that the department has made no effort to avoid or to reduce conflicts with existing recreational uses of Shag Slough and the neighboring public lands at the Liberty Island Ecological Reserve. The department, in its findings, states that it's not feasible to avoid conflicts with those existing recreational uses altogether in order for the project to still meet its landscape requirements for habitat acreage and flood benefits that are tied to, among other things, the project's funding sources and capabilities. The department finds, in addition, that siting the project at a different location to completely avoid those recreational conflicts is also not feasible. And as we continue on the next slide with this issue, next slide, please. The department included a number of elements that it identified in the certification and supported with evidence in the record to reduce conflicts with existing recreational uses. These are things that you have heard about in the previous hearings regarding this matter: the 20 miles of navigable channels, the agency boat ramp that would be accessible to public users for launching hand launching watercraft, improvements to Liberty Island Road and the two new paved turnaround areas that I previously described, Maintaining pedestrian access to bank fishing along the remaining segment of Shag Slough Levee north of the first breach. Improving habitat for wildlife and fish populations that has the potential to increase recreational value for hunting, fishing, and wildlife viewing, and the incorporation of wayfinding signage to assist users with navigating the recreational features that are retained as part of the project design. DPP2 does not specify that to adequately reduce a conflict, that the siting must maintain all of the existing qualities of the use, nor does it specify an extent to which the conflict must be reduced. This is an important consideration, as it also ties to some of the previous discussion that we've had concerning mitigation measures for recreation and the less than significant impact identified by the department in its environmental document. There is Delta Plan mitigation that would require potentially replacing recreational facilities, but that is not applicable to this matter because we've previously dismissed that issue as concerning predominantly the department's CEQA findings in its environmental impact report. DPP2 independently does not require the project proponent to maintain all of the existing qualities of the use, nor does it specify the extent to which that conflict must be reduced, independent of any mitigation that would be required under GP1B2 due to the project's CEQA obligations. Therefore, substantial evidence exists within the record to support the department's findings of consistency with the Delta Plan with regard to reducing the conflict with existing recreational uses. Next slide, please. And now we come to the consideration of the feasibility of additional proposals considered by the department to reduce recreational conflicts. And in the certification and the record, the department describes analysis of the feasibility of incorporating additional project design elements that would accommodate public access. And in large part, these are drawn from the listening sessions conducted with the various parties following the first determination by the council. These options included opening the Duck Slough setback levee, which you'll recall is the levee on the western edge of the project site that would now be essentially the new project levee. And opening that to pedestrian access was something the department considered and found infeasible. And infeasible for a number of reasons, including the potential impact to giant garter snake habitat that would result from opening that levee to pedestrian access and a number of other factors. The department also considered maintaining the existing Liberty Island Road along the Shag Slough levee to the Liberty Island Ecological Reserve, and conducted, in fact, some hydrologic modeling that showed that ultimately, if that road were to be continue to be accommodated at that location, would reduce the flood and habitat benefits of the project to a point that would jeopardize its funding and feasibility. Third, the department considered providing vehicular access to the Liberty Island Ecological Reserve by constructing east-west seasonal access roads and incorporating scattered parking lots throughout the project site, as well as installing box culverts and bridges along the Shag Slough levee breaches, which I know we've heard about in previous hearings as well. Neither of these last two options was directly contested by Liberty Island Access in its consideration of the department's feasibility analyses. But these are two additional options that the department considered. So in summary, citing to the record, the department finds that each of these four options is infeasible. In the appeal, LIA refutes the department's analysis and conclusions with regard to these matters, and substantial evidence to support the feasibility conclusions does exist within the record, and the council, again, doesn't weigh any conflicting evidence that may be raised by appellant parties if there is substantial evidence in the record to support the department's findings. Next slide, please. So in consideration of the findings that I've previously summarized, I'm going to just read into the record our summary of recommended findings on this matter. And that is, first, that the department and LIA do concur that there are existing recreational uses of Liberty Island Road, the Shag Slough Bridge, and the LIER, and that the project would conflict with those existing recreational uses. LIA does not, however, show that the certification 2021-10 is not supported by substantial evidence in the record to be consistent with DPP2 on the following issues, and staff does recommend the council deny the appeals as they relate to the range of design options evaluated for feasibility, changes to the project since the previous certification C2021-5, conflicting evidence that's cited by LIA relative to the substantial evidence standard of review, reducing conflicts with existing recreational uses where feasible, and considering the feasibility of additional proposals evaluated by the department to reduce recreational conflicts. Next slide, please. So our staff recommendation to the council today is based on the analysis and findings in the proposed determination that's before you. Staff recommends the council approve resolution number 2022-03, which would first adopt the proposed determination and the findings contained therein. Second, would deny the appeals on the issues recommended for denial that are set forth in the proposed determination. And third, would dismiss the appeals on the issues that are recommended for dismissal as set forth in the proposed determination. Madam Vice Chair, that concludes staff's presentation. Happy to respond to any questions and look forward to our comments.
Excellent. Thank you, Jeff, and to Dan. Anyone attending today's meeting at our physical location who would like to provide oral comment, oral public comment during the public comment period needs to fill out a blue card and submit to Beck Barger, who is in the back of the room, our council clerk. Anyone attending today's meeting remotely who would like to provide such comments needs to contact the council clerk via email at engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov or by phone, area code 916-798-9817, and provide their name and organization. Those requesting to comment will be called by the council clerk to speak in the order these requests are received. The agenda item is being recorded by an electronic court reporter. The rough transcript and all written materials presented today will be shared with the service list and posted on the council's Lookout Slough project website as soon as available. If you are interested in purchasing final transcripts from the reporters, please coordinate them directly with California Reporting, and their telephone number is 510-313-0610. That number again is area code 510-313-0610. As with all public council meetings, this meeting is being broadcast by web on the internet at cal-span.org, and the audio and video recordings will be available for later review. Council members, please hold your questions for each party until the conclusion of the party's comments. At that point, I will open the opportunity for council member questions before proceeding on to the next party. Before we begin, I understand that Council Member Natoli would like to make a brief statement.
Thank you, Vice Chair Modueno. I want to, as I've done in previous, this is on. Okay, as I've done in previous hearings on this matter, to enter a statement for the record as it relates to the seat that I currently serve in as a member of this council. I think, as most are aware, it's unique amongst members of the council. I am a member of the council and seated on the council because I currently serve as chair of the Delta Protection Commission. And as a result, pursuant to the Delta Reform Act, I'm seated as a member of the Delta Stewardship Council. The Delta Protection Commission has an interest in these proceedings, and the commission, because the commission has an advisory role on matters such as this, pursuant to the Public Resources Code. As a result, the commission has sent communication to this body about the proceedings. In order to judge these proceedings fairly and to honor the ex parte communication prohibition, as well as to avoid any appearance of bias, I've taken the following precautions. I've created an ethical wall, separated myself from any Delta Protection Commission activities and communications related to Lookout Slough, once we went under the ex parte prohibition on January 27th, 2022, earlier this year. An example is, before the commission deliberated any matter related to Lookout Slough, I recused myself and departed the room and left the proceedings. I also take no briefings from commission staff on Lookout Slough matters. In addition, I had no role in the drafting, reviewing, or authorizing of any commission correspondence to the council or anyone else related to these proceedings. As a result, though it may not be clear from the commission's letterhead on the communication to this body, I am not a signatory to any document related to this matter from the commission and have not been since we went under the ex parte communication restrictions, as I noted a moment ago in late January. My participation as an impartial adjudicator in this matter is taken very seriously by me as well as others. And I believe it's important to state this for the record, not only for these proceedings, but for any future proceedings that we may have on this matter. I look forward to a fair and impartial process for all the parties and participants in today's hearing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Natoli. We will now begin with oral comments. When you are called upon to speak, please state your name and identify the party you represent so that the court reporter may hear you and so that your comments are entered into the record and can be responded to appropriately. At this time, we will call on the Delta Protection Commission, and representing the DPC is Mr. Vink. And Mr. Vink, good morning, and you have 10 minutes. And
Great. Thank you, Vice Chair Madueño and council members. And thank you to council staff for their thorough and very professional work on preparing their presentation and all of the detailed work that went behind it. My name is Eric Vink. I'm the Executive Director of the Delta Protection Commission. I want to state up front that the Delta Protection Commission took up the Lookout Slough appeal matter at their meeting on March 17th. They took no position at that time. I did submit a letter on behalf of the Delta Protection Commission staff dated April 21st. That's what I am speaking to today, and speaking on behalf of the staff of the commission. And what I'm here today to ask the council is not to sustain the Liberty Island Access Appeal. The DWR certification should proceed, but I do have two concerns about the draft staff determination that arrives at this point. The findings, I believe, set precedent that will undermine protection of the Delta's unique values in future certification of consistency appeals. And so I appreciate your patience in hearing me out on these 2 points. The first off has to do with Delta Plan Policy DPP2. As you all know, the Delta Plan, this policy in the Delta Plan protects what we call Delta as place, protecting and enhancing the unique Delta values as is called for in statute from harm by water management and ecosystem restoration projects. The point I want to emphasize here is that DPP2 is not just about siting. And that's the focus of the staff draft determination. DPP2 is also about respecting local land use in 3 ways: avoiding and reducing conflicts where feasible, using public lands first, and mitigating for the impacts created. What I'm asking the council to consider is 2 specific changes in the staff draft determination. The first occurs on both pages 22 and 23. I'm referring to the clean version, where the staff draft determination uses italics to emphasize the word siting as the purpose of DPP2. I'll repeat, DPP2 is about more than just siting, and we believe this misconstrues the intent of this Delta Plan policy. And I'll quote specifically from a section on page 22. This is in the 3rd paragraph on that page. And here's where I quote: DPP2 does not require consideration of specific design features that would reduce conflicts with existing uses. End quote. At the commission staff do not believe this is an accurate reading of DPP2, which states that local land use is respected by avoiding and reducing conflicts and mitigating for impacts. The draft staff determination makes the arguments about DPP2 consistency solely about siting, which the next paragraph on page 22 states clearly, it's about more than siting. That's really the point I want to make here clearly with you all. In an ordinary situation where an EIR had more accurately assessed a project's effects, mitigation measures required by Delta Plan Policy GP1B2 would set a floor for their adequacy. But with the recent legislative changes that allow some restoration projects to be exempted from CEQA, DPP2's mitigation requirement will more often stand alone as a key protection for Delta as place values. There's also text on a number of other pages, 27, 32, 39, 41, and 42, that we request be revised to reflect this interpretation of DPP2, again, related to what we believe is a staff draft determination that focuses solely on siting. Let me move to the second and final point I wanted to raise, and this has to do with substantial evidence in the record. Pages 17 through 20 of the staff draft determination, again, the clean version, describe the standards for substantial evidence predicated on facts and expert opinion, supported by facts rather than speculation or conjecture. The entire record must be reviewed, including detracting evidence. And the question is then whether a reasonable person could reach the agency's conclusion in its certification of consistency. When a certification of consistency appeal cites evidence in the record to challenge a certification, the council must weigh the evidence to assess whether its support rests on facts or on speculation and conjecture, and ultimately to reach its own determination as to whether a reasonable person could have reached the conclusion in the consistency of, in the certification of consistency, the determination in the certification of consistency. The staff draft determinations in part cite DWR contentions that are either false, I should say incorrect, or highly speculative. I'll give you a few examples here. And the certification, the determination on this matter need not do so. There is enough substantial evidence to deny the Liberty Island access appeal. But I have particular concerns about two issues. One, regarding the agency boat ramp. This is on pages 35 through 38 of the draft determination. It is not, the agency boat ramp is not proposed for construction based on Division of Boating and Waterways guidelines. It lacks universal design. There's no handicap parking. There's no paddlecraft boating ramp. The parking is too far from the water access. Those are all features in the Department of Boating and Waterways guidelines. Pages 44 through 49, DWR's contention that habitat credit funding for the project would be jeopardized by removing even some of the northernmost levee breaches. Has this been demonstrated or even questioned beyond DWR's contention? It's highly speculative that that is indeed the case. A third example, DWR's contention that a 1-inch reduction in flood surface elevation could jeopardize the project's funding. And by this, I assume they mean the funding that comes from levee funding sources. That is highly speculative as well, since DWR controls the levee funding decisions and routinely utilizes levee funding for projects that provide even less flood system benefit. Can this really be true? You've already ruled in the previous appeal when DWR stood before you and stated that its estimates of recreation use at the project site were based on best available science, only to return now with 3 of its expert advisors saying an inappropriate method was used to create those inaccurate estimates. Let me just conclude here. by saying that rather than accept these damaging and inappropriate interpretations of DPP2 or accepting this low threshold for substantial evidence, the commission staff asks that you recommend that you simply find something that is consistent with DPP2 and is supported by facts in the record. That further delays in the project would be unreasonable because the appellant has not raised its concerns during the project EIR's review, and that delaying the project further now at this point without that participation would prevent it from being completed in a reasonable period of time. There's no need to further weaken DPP2, which we feel would establish a very unfortunate precedent for future appeal considerations of certification of consistency. Thank you for your attention. I appreciate the opportunity to present today.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate your comments. Are there any questions of Mr. Vink? Yes, Councilmember Zingali.
Yeah, thank you, Eric, for the very thorough and substantive input. I have a process question I'm just curious about. So you're here representing the staff of the commission, but not the commission. And I just have to say, in my experience in state government, that's unusual. So I'm curious, under what authority are you speaking to us? Is the commission not blessing your point of view here, or do they think it's at more of a staff to staff level? I'm just a little honestly thrown off by that.
Well, I appreciate that, Councilman Zingali, and let me hopefully shed a little further light on this. When the commission met on March 17th, I had presented to the commission a detailed comment letter citing with a D, not with a T, citing with Liberty Island Access in their appeal of the certification of consistency. The commission took no action at that meeting. There were concerns about sending the letter. There were commission members who were fine to send the letter. They could not reach agreement on a letter that specifically sided with Liberty Island Access in its appeal. The reason I'm here today is about DPP2 and the commission's longstanding concerns about that Delta Plan policy. Some might even say that that's the Delta Plan policy that really gets to the heart of why we exist as a Delta Protection Commission, to ensure that we do indeed protect and enhance the unique Delta values, even as we go about accomplishing the co-equal goals. In this case, one of the two co-equal goals being restoring the Delta habitat. So it's really out of longstanding commission support for DPP2. I hope, and I will again repeat here, I'm not asking for the council to agree with the Liberty Island Access appeal and to remand this matter again. We do feel that there is sufficient information to enable the certification of consistency to proceed. And further, there was no opportunity for us to call a special meeting of the Delta Protection Commission, given the timing of the draft staff draft determination, to be able to have them weigh in on their own behalf on this. I don't know if that's a satisfactory answer, but that's really the best one I can provide at this time.
Yeah, it helps clarify it somewhat for me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions for Mr. Vink?
Yeah, Vice Chair, so if we have questions of staff as relates to both the written communication that we received and Mr. Vink's testimony, we're going to hold that until we've heard from all the parties. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Is that correct, Jeff? Yes.
Okay, all right. I'll wait. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We will now move on to the next presentation, and that is from the Solano County Water Agency, and representing them is Ms. Selke.
Madam Vice Chair. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to state, it appears that Solano County Water Agency is not present.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to the next presentation, and that is from Liberty Island Access, and representing LIA is Mr. Dalkey. Mr. Dalkey, virtual?
He is virtual today.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, council members. Thank you for accepting me again to present in this hearing, again, virtually. Unfortunately, my day job, my real job and work obligations here prevented me from traveling to Sacramento to attend in person. I want to thank the council staff for their work in providing a draft determination. Actually, I'll pause. Is my video available? Can people see me or?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
we can
okay,
see
got
you.
it. It must be my configuration then. But yeah, I want to thank the council staff for their work in providing a draft determination. As I've already communicated in writing, Liberty Island Access respectfully disagrees with conclusions in that determination. And I already provided to the council members a written in-depth response to the issue of substantial evidence in the record and what LIA has already demonstrated with respect to inconsistency with DPP2. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind the council of some of the relevant substantial evidence in the record and the corresponding lack of substantial evidence with respect to consistency with DPP2. Next slide, please. Sorry. After remand, the Department of Water Resources performed an on-site study on recreation use. DWR's on-site study demonstrated substantial evidence that recreation at the site is far greater than what they originally claimed. With respect to bank fishing alone, their findings suggest that usage is more than 18 times greater than what was originally claimed. Next slide, please. This study really just demonstrated what anyone who has ever been out there before already knew, which is that this site draws a large number of users year-round due to its proximity to the I-80 corridor, the Sacramento metropolitan area, and other large cities in Northern California. These people primarily visit for land-based access, especially bank fishing. Next slide, please. The study provided further substantial evidence that the vast majority of users don't bring a boat to the site. DWR observed that 96% of the vehicles that they caught on camera did not have a boat, and DWR completely ignores this finding. There is a complete lack of substantial evidence in the record showing how the boat ramp is anything but irrelevant to reducing, avoiding, or mitigating the conflicts with the largest use of the site, which is bank fishing. Next slide, please. There's substantial evidence to show that 100% of Liberty Island Ecological Reserve land-based access would be lost, and 90% of shoreline access along the west bank of Shag Slough for bank fishing would also be lost. The record does not support the conclusion, aka a lack of substantial evidence, this proposed siting will reduce, avoid, or mitigate conflicts with land-based recreation, which are by far the primary existing uses. In fact, there is substantial evidence showing the opposite, that the siting creates a very real and significant conflict without any type of mitigation. Next slide, please. The record is also completely absent of any discussion on how the project siting will reduce or avoid conflicts with the 40+% of people who identify as relying on this site for food. DWR makes no mention of this finding anywhere. This issue is distinct from recreation since it impacts people's diets and their budgets. 40+% of the people who visit Liberty Island Ecological Reserve and Shag Slough, it's not just a place to enjoy the beauty of the Delta, but it's also a place to get groceries for their family. There is a substantial lack of evidence showing that this significant conflict, there's substantial evidence showing this is a significant conflict. And there's complete lack of substantial evidence showing how this conflict would be reduced, avoided, or mitigated in any form. Next slide, please. No substantial evidence in the record exists to support the claim that eliminating access for 96% of the existing users can be considered a siting that reduces, avoids, or mitigates conflicts with existing uses. In fact, We have shown in this appeal session, as well as for the last certificate of consistency, that there's substantial evidence that the project not only accentuates conflicts, but creates new ones related to extreme crowding on the remaining shoreline. DWR recognizes in the record that crowding, in this case, probably about 10 times, since 90% of the shoreline access or more is removed, deteriorates both the safety and quality of fishing that could easily be mitigated with a modified design. And while the staff mentioned earlier, that which we agree with, is that indeed, DWR cannot be expected to just consider some unlimited range of design options brought up at any time during this process. But it is very telling that they completely ignored consideration of feasibility on the only design concept that was suggested by more than one party prior to their submitting the COC, by Liberty Island Access and CDFW. They considered all the other design scenarios brought up during this listening session, except for the one that frankly makes the most sense. And a reasonable person would want to see an explanation for that omission. But I think that the real reason is that DWR would rather build excuses instead of solutions. It must be cheaper to pay their legal staff than their engineers. There is a lack of substantial evidence in the record showing how they have any plan to reduce, avoid, or mitigate these new or existing conflicts. Next slide, please. To DWR, the Delta plan is a permitting inconvenience. They've already showed their disregard by not making any changes to the project, despite the evidence showing that the impacts are both real and significant. They didn't respond to Solano County's concerns until the county sued them. The Delta plan is simply an obstacle for them, and they've shamelessly demonstrated that they don't actually care about the people who've been using the proposed project site, many of whom have been visiting for decades. DWR is probably going to get up here and tell you why they're legally entitled. They'll probably talk you through the mental gymnastics of their definition of substantial evidence and how it can magically flip common sense around and show that their project is consistent. They've had a team of lawyers working nonstop, trying to cook up a list of the most technical reasons of why the Delta plan doesn't actually apply to them, and why you, the council, must allow them to proceed with their project despite its blatant inconsistencies. But you don't have to get caught up in the crosshairs of their convoluted arguments. In the same way the Supreme Court applies thoughtful interpretation to the US Constitution, you, the Delta Stewardship Council members, are also tasked with applying thoughtful interpretation to the Delta plan. And as the council staff alluded to earlier, issues like the threshold for what is considered substantial evidence are up to you, the council, to decide, not DWR. It is important for the council to not lose sight of the everyday people who are actually directly harmed by this proposed project. It is important to consider the spirit of what the Delta plan intends. And the Delta plan is intended to meet the co-equal goals in a way that protects and enhances the unique cultural, recreational, natural resource, and agricultural values of the Delta as an evolving place. If Lookout Slough is supposed to be a picture of what consistency looks like, then the system is broken. But if the system is not broken, if common sense, the law, and everyday people still matter, this is your opportunity to show us. I urge you to support Liberty Island Access's appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dalkey, for your comments and presentation. Are there any questions from this council for Mr. Dalkey? Seeing none, we will move on to the next presentation, and that is by the Department of Water Resources. You are given 20 minutes, and presenting the DWR is Mr. Turnell. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly, yes.
Wonderful.
And accompanying Mr. Turnell, I see now we have Ms. Taylor and Ms. Briggs. Welcome. Good morning.
Indeed. Vice Chair Medueno and members of the council, my name is Christopher Turnell. I'm the Deputy Director for Integrated Watershed Management at the California Department of Water Resources. It's a pleasure to be here today. The DWR team and I thank you for your time and your dedication to resolving this important matter. It's a pleasure to be back here before you today. And I am pleased to be joined here, as you just noted, with two of our staff, Charlotte Biggs, the project manager, and also Rachel Taylor, lead counsel for the project. I'm just going to make a few relatively brief comments today and then look forward to the discussion to follow. First and foremost, the department recognizes the tremendous amount of work and energy the council staff put into its proposed determination. The proposed determination is fair, it is thorough, it is thoughtful, and it reflects, we believe, both your commitment to the Delta Reform Act, as well as our commitment to bringing forward a project that is squarely consistent with the Delta Plan. You will hear later this morning from Charlotte and Rachel, directly after me, how the project hews closely to the technical and legal requirements of the Delta Plan. But taking a step back and observing the larger landscape is also important, of course. Only 5% of the Delta's tidal marshes remain intact today, starving native fish and food and shelter. And we have constrained the Delta's rivers so much that when they swell, the fragile levees protecting our urban areas, our small communities, and our agricultural regions threaten to breach or overtop, and they periodically do. Now, of course, as council members, you understand this. You understand the urgency and the complexity and the history, and you understand that under any future scenario, a resilient Delta, one that fulfills truly the co-equal goals, includes projects such as this one. 3,000 acres of tidal habitat restoration, reduced water surface elevation during big flood events, a new publicly accessible boat launch, 2 new 35-car parking areas where there are none today, a new turnaround for law enforcement and adjacent landowners, 20 miles of new waterways for kayaking and fishing and hunting, new informational wayfinding signage, and yes, even the preservation of easily accessed bank fishing. What you just heard from Liberty Island Access certainly paints a different description of this project. That presentation leaned heavily on highly questionable extrapolation, conjecture, and misleading images, and math. Our department, as part of the Natural Resources Agency family, and certainly as part of the Newsom administration, is of course highly sensitive to public access and recreation issues. So we share, in general, the thematic concern with Liberty Island Access and Delta Protection Commission, and certainly your council as well, related to the bigger issues of public access and recreation in the Delta. But the facts here are clear. DWR used best available science to determine impacts. That looked like recreation-focused analytical professionals being brought on board to assist in our practice and our process. Bilingual interpreters for in-person interviews, on the ground, as well as satellite imagery, and recently completed comprehensive environmental justice surveys of the Delta region. We also interviewed Liberty Island Access and Delta Protection Commission leadership, as you've heard, and others, putting their ideas for project design alternatives through the good faith rigors of our hydrologic modeling. What we found is that each of those design concepts would significantly diminish either the project's flood protection benefits, its ecosystem benefits, or both. As reflected in the proposed determination, our administrative record details all of this and more in support of the project's consistency with DPP2, the last remaining issue before you today. Thank you again for your time and focus on this important project. With that, I will pass things off to Rachel Taylor, lead counsel.
Good morning, Vice Chair and council members. I'm Rachel Taylor, attorney at the Department of Water Resources, Office of the General Counsel. As I've been before you multiple times, I am not going to go over the full legal framework, and also because the proposed determination prepared with the council staff was so well detailed and already presented. So I'm just going to, in a few minutes, repeat the key points for our point today. In accordance with Water Code Section 85225.25, which governs a remand, the department has the burden to provide substantial evidence to support the department's determination of consistency with the Delta Plan policies, and more specifically as to the 4 findings made by the council in their July 2021 determination. DWR also has a second burden. The substantial evidence provided to support the revised certification has to meet the best available science criteria, all 6 components included in the Delta Plan. The issue before the council today is whether, in accordance with the statutory requirements, DWR met those burdens. Did DWR present sufficient evidence and analysis that meets the best available science criteria in support of its revised certification of consistency, addressing their SOAR findings to the level of substantial evidence? And the answer is yes. The analysis and data presented was not challenged in either appeal. And as staff has presented in the determination, the appellants have failed to show that there was a lack of substantial evidence as to the issues in the appeals. So we have noticed another point to be stressed, as Chris noted, we've already heard from the other appellants and comments. The burden for substantial evidence and best available science is on the Department of Water Resources. We're the agency proposing the covered action. It is not on the appellants, and we're not asking them to claim to be so. They just needed to allege facts in the initial appeal and demonstrate a lack of substantial evidence. But when you compare the presentations you just heard and what is going to come next from Ms. Biggs, please understand that everything that we are presenting in our presentations and in our revised certification is supported by data and science and analysis that has been vetted. And we take that responsibility very seriously. Little did we know when we asked a question of fishermen on a bank, how they were going to do, why they were there that day, were they there for sport, leisure, or food, how that 41% number would get spun into a very sensationalized viewpoint of what was actually happening out there. I want to thank the council and the staff for their deliberation and consideration. This is a very long and detailed process, and this was a very complicated project. We appreciate the detailed analysis and the determination, and we recommend or request that the council votes to adopt the proposed determination as presented. I'm now going to hand this over to Charlotte Biggs. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Vice Chair Madueño, council members. I'm Charlotte Biggs. I'm a program manager with DWR's Eco Restore Initiative and the project manager for this effort. It's good to see you in person finally. First, I just want to echo the appreciation to the council and to the staff for the enormous effort that you all have undertaken over the past year to facilitate and lead this process. The department is very appreciative of that. So after hearing from the appellants and comments from my colleagues, I just want to spend a couple minutes walking through the recreational features and benefits of the project, since that is what we're focused on here today. So in citing the project, DWR took all opportunities to minimize conflicts, existing conflicts with users ranging from agricultural operations, water diversions and intakes, as well as public access and recreation. We solicited input on the project for nearly 5 years from adjacent landowners, reclamation districts, agricultural operators, as well as other stakeholders that were directly impacted by the project. In these discussions, we consistently heard concerns about public access in this corner of the Delta. So DWR worked to ensure that recreation was incorporated into the project to the extent feasible, focusing on features that would be safe, legal, minimize conflicts with adjacent landowners, as well as meet the purpose of the project and be consistent with the purpose of the project. Our final design includes several new public access features, which I know I've run through them before. You've heard them earlier this morning, but I will do a very short summary of those features. The first is that we are repaving Liberty Island Road and creating 2 new turnaround areas. There will be signage that will direct visitors to approved public access areas at the site, as well as letting them know about sensitive habitat areas or other hazards on the site. Within the turnarounds, there will be space for informal parking. Within each, there's space for at least 35 cars or vehicles. These new informal parking areas are within the county right of way. And so it will actually be legal parking within county ordinances. And this is a really big point because currently parking on the site is occurring on top of the state plan of flood control levy, and it is not legal. So with the project, we are actually creating a legal place that people can park their cars on a paved area. It will be safer than what is out there today. The second feature is that we are creating over 20 miles of new waterways that will be open to the public. So these channels can be used for boating, fishing, waterfowl hunting, and bird watching. And this represents over 3,000 acres of what is currently inaccessible, privately held lands that we will be opening up to the public. Third, we'll be installing new wayfinding signage throughout the site to convey important information to those that are on the site visiting and recreating. Fourth, we'll be building a new boat ramp, which will be publicly accessible for hand launching watercraft. And this boat ramp was designed specifically for use within a floodway. It needs to accommodate significant range of water surface elevations ranging from about 2 feet to 21 feet. And lastly, and possibly most importantly for this conversation, is that we are preserving or actually creating legal bank fishing areas or an area on the site. Currently, bank fishing from the Shag Slough levee, it is trespassing on private property as well as trespassing on part of the state plan of flood control levee. The Lookout Slough project will preserve about 500 feet of the Shag Slough levee for bank fishing, and this will no longer be a part of the state plan of flood control. It will be on DWR property, and it will be a sanctioned legal use. So again, it will not, the bank fishing area that we've built into the project design is no longer on a federal state plan of flood control levee. So we will be making this use legal and sanctioned at the site. To be responsive to the council's July finding, DWR took several measures to ensure that public access was included into the site to the extent feasible. The first is that we solicited input directly from the appellants on design modifications, and we closely analyzed those suggestions. As was stated earlier, we found that those design suggestions were infeasible with our project goals and objectives. Secondly, we collected additional information about public use of the site through vehicle counts and surveys, following best available science principles. This additional on-the-ground information informed the project about and it helped us design our recreational features. This information helped us make decisions and ensured that post-project the site could accommodate existing uses. So we used that data and that information to ensure what we had designed would be able to accommodate the existing uses. For example, in our surveys and in our accounts, we found that the majority of visitors to the site are bank fishing on the Lookout Slough side of the levee. And as I mentioned a moment ago, we are creating a bank fishing area of over 500 feet to accommodate this use. So someone coming out to the site to fish in the future will still be able to do so, whether that they're fishing for leisure, fishing for a food source with or without a boat. And the area that they will be that will safely be sanctioned for fishing is directly next to the area that they will be parking. So I hope that this overview helps answer any questions that you still might have had about the recreational features. I do have my technical team here, design leads, engineers, those that did the studies, just in case there are questions and we can answer and elaborate on anything. So I will hand it back to Deputy Director Chris Turnell just to wrap us up. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. I'll be brief with closing statements. I just once again want to point to something I think it's important, and it's also in the record for conversation, or at least your consideration, of course. And that is, again, to point to the memorandum of understanding that's signed between Solano County, the county within which this project exists, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, our sister agency, and ourselves, the Department of Water Resources. Not exactly three agencies that you see oftentimes signing on to a common understanding of, frankly, in the Delta, much at all, except for this project. This is a first to have those three agencies with a common voice, articulating the value of recreation in this neck of the woods, the need for more, and a commitment to work together on that as well. This is not a performative memorandum of understanding, to be clear. This is not for ceremony and certainly not for political superficiality. The MOU that I just discussed directs our three agencies to bring together all of the voices necessary to make very real the next big increment of Delta recreation enhancements. This will be no plan that sits on a shelf or momentum that fades away after some short and disappointing period of time. The MOU is an agreement to broadly solicit the public's ideas, take the best and most promising concepts, and very importantly to highlight here, and then move those ideas and concepts all the way through project planning and permitting. It's an exciting process and one that we take very seriously. I and Charlotte, from whom you've heard already this morning, and our colleague Michael Roberts, who's also in the audience this morning, will be leading this work for the department. This work is not to be delegated. This is who's at the table and accountable before you today. With that, I'd like to thank again the council for your leadership and attention to the issues raised today and over the past year and beyond. We thank your staff for the incredible amount of work that they put into these proceedings, and we look forward to the discussion and ultimately to your decision. With that, we conclude our comments and appreciate the time and focus on this important matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time and coming and presenting, all three of you. Much appreciated. Are there any questions of Mr. Turnell, Ms. Taylor, or Ms. Biggs from this council? Yes, Mr. Councilmember Natoli.
I just, by way of reference, we received a copy of the letter, April 19th, Ms. Taylor submitted seeking clarification on 2 items. I'm curious, have you gotten clarification on those items?
Yes, thank you. The question was about the SQA appeal, and your staff covered that in their presentation this morning.
Right. And then secondly had to do with final decision being incorporated into the draft determination and why there was a second vote required of the council. So
That has also been corrected in the proposed determination. They released a red line that clarified that was incorporated by reference for purposes of clarity. And I think that was also covered in Jeff's presentation this morning.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Other questions, comments? Yes, Councilmember Zingali.
Thanks again, y'all, for being here. I really appreciate the description of the process of engagement, being out there and listening to people. I think it's important for those of us in state government to recognize that there's expertise in the lived experience of people who will actually have more familiarity on the ground. And I hear you describe very well how you have listened and I assume learned. I was just wondering, is there an example, if you wanted to inspire members of the public to have confidence that we do listen, we learn, and we have the humility to incorporate that lived experience? Is there one example you could offer the public where this proposal, this project changed as a result of what we heard?
Yeah, Charlotte Biggs, Department of Water Resources. Throughout the last 5 years of working to design this project and getting a lot of input, I feel like I should be able to think of many, many examples. The one that came to my mind is that we had breaches planned throughout the site in different places. I won't get too specific, but there was breaches in certain places of the site where the adjacent landowners gave us a lot of feedback about concerns that they had, and we eliminated those breaches from the project. I think that's probably a simple example.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Other questions, comments? Just for me personally, just a couple of follow-up. And again, thank you so much to the three of you for clarifying a lot of points. With regard to the going back and meeting with the appellants and ensuring that you got input from the appellants, I was intrigued by, you talked about how you could come to a solution or solutions, if you will, with what the appellants were asking of, and meeting again with your team, and how you could accommodate existing uses and also incorporating what the appellants were bringing to the table. Would you say, and again, I took notice of, everything that you were talking about, at 3,000 acres, open to the public, and now having legal, parking places for individuals to be able to access. Was there any portion of what the appellants brought that you just saw there's just no way? I mean, you talked about bank fishing. You have now 500 feet of, bank fishing as well. But was there anything in what the appellants brought that there was an impasse that we just can't do that is going to ultimately alter the ability of what they're bringing to the table in excess, if you will, for those that they're here to advocate on behalf of?
Yeah, Charlotte Biggs again, for those online. Yes, so I think the best example is that when we met with Liberty Island Access, Mr. Dalkey was most concerned with continuing access down the Shagsu levee as long as possible. And so we looked at what the impacts of eliminating those breaches, those northernmost breaches, so that we could have either more area for bank fishing or even extend pedestrian access all the way to the bridge and across. And so we modeled that and looked at it. And what we found was that those northern breaches are necessary to get both the flood and the habitat benefits, the full benefits of the site and optimization of the site. So that was, I think, the biggest impasse. We took a lot of suggestions from all the listening sessions and took what we could and incorporated it into the project. I think the best example was that we talked with Solano County and their Parks Department about sites that they have and manage. And they talked a lot about wayfinding signage that we had thought about, but we hadn't actually put into the design yet. So we made a conscious effort to design that signage, think about where it's going to be placed, what it's going to say, things like that. So that's a good example of something we took directly from the input. I think that Liberty Island Access also was looking at putting parking lots within the actual wetland. And I think that's a great example of an impasse where if this project wasn't a mitigation site and its purpose wasn't to have a very, a conservation easement on it that's going to have a lot of restrictions, we might have been able to look at, well, maybe we can put a parking lot in these areas, but we knew that was with the regulatory agency something we couldn't pursue. We've been down this road before on other projects, so but we still floated the ideas to our regulatory partners in a lot of cases just to get feedback on it, especially with CDFW. So those are the examples. I think I know from my experience, I've worked on both mitigation and non-mitigation sites in the Delta, and a lot of the suggestions that we got from Liberty Island Access were things that I know we really wish that we could have done on this site, but we're so constricted by the regulatory framework that we're working within. But that's why Chris mentioned the memorandum of understanding that we have with CDFW and Solano County. And I will be taking a lot of the suggestions that we got from Liberty Island Access and trying to apply them to the broader discussion and hopefully finding a site where we can do some of these things. And we hope that Mr. Dalkey will hopefully participate in that process and more stakeholders will participate in that process. So we'll be looking for an opportunity that isn't as restrictive, where we can hopefully do more in this area.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying and sharing that. And, just piggybacking on what Council Member Zingali said, it's absolutely imperative to have these conversations and to maintain, if you will, ongoing communication. And as somebody who worked with landowners and municipalities on the San Joaquin River Restoration Project, I know how critically important it is to reach out. And sometimes people come to the surface and want to participate and engage, but sometimes you have to go and actually hunt people down and get their comment and public testimony. So again, thank you. Much appreciated. We will now start with public comment. Please keep in mind when providing comments today that the scope of the council's review is limited to whether or not the revised certification of consistency was supported by substantial evidence in the record before the Department of Water Resources. Oral public comments are limited to 3 minutes. Additional time will be allowed for questions by the council members or council staff. Beck, I do understand we do have some blue cards and we do have quite a few.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair, we have Bruce Herbold who's joining us virtually. Bruce, you should be able to unmute yourself.
And I just tried. Am I on?
Yes, we can hear you.
Cool, great. Oh, thank you, Madam Chairman and council members. My third appearance before you on the subject. I hope it is the last one. I just want to bring up the issue of unique uses in the Delta. I've been working in the Delta since 1979, working on fishes of the Delta, and it has changed substantially. So what constitutes the uses in the Delta has really changed in my mind, and just obviously on the ground. When I got here, the main fishing was for striped bass, American shad, and now it is for largemouth bass because the Delta has become a haven filled with vegetation that was not there in '79, and really supports great bank fishing and great tournament fishing. It's a going concern. On the other hand, when I got here, salmon were still doing badly, but they were doing much better than they are now. And we didn't really know anything about the Yola bypass, except that it was good for flood protection, and that the lessons we'd learned about flood protection from it had been picked up in the Mississippi and elsewhere as valuable tools. But in the last 20 years, what we've seen is that the bypass is tremendously useful for salmon, provides a unique benefit to salmon, and thereby supporting salmon fishermen and everybody that relies on salmon and eats salmon and cooks salmon and supplies the boats to go fishing for salmon and the rest of that industry. So I've seen one industry really grow, that bank fishing, especially for largemouth bass, has really taken off. And now you can get on-bank fishing maps showing hundreds of locations in the Delta to go pursue that. And at the same time, you can see lots of salmon boats for sale. And that's the change that I've seen. They're both unique beneficial uses to the Delta, but one of them is thriving and the other is really not. And I would bring that to your attention, that benefits change, and to try to preserve the beneficial uses that we see on a particular site today is overlooking how these sites have all changed through time and how they are likely to change. And everything we see suggests that things will continue to be beneficial towards largemouth bass and their relatives that support bank fishing now, versus what we see coming at salmon with rising temperatures, decreased water supply, longer droughts as we've been seeing in the last 20 years. So as you consider what the unique benefits are, I would urge you to consider what is the scope of that unique benefit? Does it have to apply to this site or to sites in general? And if a site is unique, as Lookout Slough is, does that make it more valuable, more worthy of consideration than sites which can be found in abundance? And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Bruce. Our next speaker back.
Next, we have Ted Sumner. Ted, you should be able to unmute yourself, and then followed by John Brennan.
I think so. I'll keep this brief since others have covered some of the same topics. But my main point is that this project is absolutely urgent from both the standpoint of public safety and saving our fisheries, including some of the recreational uses that you've heard about today. On the endangered species side, though, one anecdote I want to share is these projects really work. Just a couple of weeks ago, sampling in a nearby similar restoration project, one of the rarest species in the United States, Delta smelt, was found to spawn there, and similar results for longfin, another one of our listed species. So the bottom line is we need to act now. We need to get this project started immediately before another species slips over the edge, before a mega flood hits us. No project is ever perfect, but this is the closest thing to a slam dunk that I think is before you for a co-equal goals habitat project. And I do want to thank the staff for all their hard work in this, and I think their assessment was right on target. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Next, I understand we have John.
It's John Brennan.
John Brennan's asked, he's not able to make the meeting, but he's asked to have his comments read into the record. So council staff is reading on behalf of John Brennan. Dear council personnel, I would like to address the council during today's public hearing. Last month, I submitted a letter, which I am now resubmitting to be read again, as I believe it remains valid, maybe even more so now. Shortly after the last hearing on the Lookout Slough project, various agencies and water environmental interests signed a memorandum of understanding advancing a term sheet for the voluntary agreements to update and implement the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan and other related activities. Based on the enthusiasm associated by that action, which brings a new call for aquatic environmental mitigation, I would think more of the signers would be present in this process in support of the Lookout Slough project. My question: is there a constituency for aquatic environmental projects? I would also like to applaud the tenacity of the Department of Water Resources for continuing to push this project forward through the gauntlet of public process and appeals. And again, that's John Brennan, letter being read by council staff.
Great, thank you.
Next, we have Daniel Armstrong. Daniel, you should be allowed to unmute yourself.
Hey, how's it going? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hey, okay, cool. Thanks again for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Daniel Armstrong, climate water advocate with Restore the Delta and an advocate for equal opportunity and accessible natural world recreation in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. Once again, I'm here today to support Taylor Dalkey and the Liberty Island Access Group along with all of their statements. I support the Tidal Restoration Project and its goal is to bolster floodplain benefiting fish populations. That is not what we're upset about. Do not misguidedly interpret me as being against this actual restoration project, as I wish for there to be similar projects done throughout the Delta and river systems to bolster these troubled fisheries or fish species. What I do not support is the blatant removal of public access along Liberty Island Road or the negative and demeaning assumptions assigned by DWR staff members toward the common citizen who have been recreating in this area for decades. I want to highlight the connotation of apathy and tone of infeasibility on agency end to work with the public, who will be the most impacted group and who will experience the direct loss of land use opportunity. The proposed recreational model cuts down on an unacceptable amount of public access for wildlife recreation opportunity for disenfranchised Delta, Yolo County, and Sacramento County communities that I consider myself to be a direct part of. There is no ignoring the fact that this closure sets a very poor precedent for how DWR interacts with common citizens who are also entitled to enjoy the natural world, regardless of their socioeconomic status. One should not need to own a full-blown gas engine powerboat to run up to their fishing, bird watching, or hunting spots within the actual Liberty Island Ecological Reserve and similar areas. I recommend this to all people in this room or meeting today. Take a drive out to the Shag Slough Bridge. Go out on the bridge and talk to the families fishing or bird watching with their kids on a spring day. Cross the bridge by foot and look northeast. You'll see walls of flooded tule berms, open water spaces, wild riparian landscape, and the snow-capped Sierras in the backdrop right now. It is a downright stunning view that, in contrast to the urban landscapes that surround the area, and this might actually leave a very positive impression on somebody in this room. Sounds like the time to do so is sort of limited, so maybe go take that drive and adventure soon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Daniel. Next, we have Jennifer McKenzie, followed by Jacob Katz. Jennifer, I think you should be allowed to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So my name is Jen McKenzie with Conthera Solutions. I'm here today to read a statement on behalf of the Yolo County Board of Supervisors from Districts 4 and 5. Supervisors John Vasquez and Mitch Mashburn on behalf of Yolo County Districts 4 and 5 submitted a letter to the Delta Stewardship Council dated April 26, 2022. In part, the letter states, we would like to re-emphasize the three-party MOU with DWR and CDFW that commits each of us to identify opportunities for sanctioned public access facilities in Eastern Solano County that don't exist today. The MOU commits the state to coordinate with the county and local stakeholders to identify and prioritize areas to improve and enhance public access for all in the Cache Slough region. Despite the aforementioned agreement between local and state agencies to enhance recreation as part of this project, Delta Protection Commission Executive Director Eric Vink on March 17, 2022, asked his commissioners to approve sending a letter to you that ignored our partnership and alleged the Lookout Slough project was inconsistent with the Delta plan. After a lengthy discussion, a motion to support sending the letter died for lack of a second vote. This week, we were quite surprised to learn that Mr. Vink had chosen to send a letter, quote, on behalf of Delta Protection Commission staff, end quote, that calls into question the findings of council staff's draft determination to dismiss the Liberty Island Access Appeal. The course of action taken by Mr. Vink is misleading and gives the impression that his words are backed by the Delta Protection Commission members, as he has chosen to use the commission's official letterhead. As members of the Delta Protection Commission, we can say that we did not approve of or authorize Mr. Vink sending his letter. Further, we are compelled to note that Mr. Vink has already announced his retirement and will be vacating his post in a matter of months as the search for his replacement is well underway. We are confident that this collaborative effort between agencies will adequately address public access at Liberty Island Ecological Reserve and Lookout Slough and other existing tidal habitat areas. I'm hopeful the council will support the county's and DWR's efforts to work together towards lasting public access and recreation. And that's signed John Vasquez, Solano County District 4, and Mitch Mashburn, Solano County District 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Next, we have Jacob Katz, followed by Steve Shaw. And just a note, Steve, we do not see your phone number listed on the attendees list. So if you are present, please raise your hand or press *9 if you're calling in. Jacob Katz, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you for hearing my testimony today. It's been fascinating to hear about the jurisdiction of the council, especially the legal and kind of procedural minutia. And I hope for the next minute or so I can talk about the regional, the even state and national implications of this project. And that's simply that fish don't swim in paper rivers, that despite the incredible amount of effort put forth as a society here in California towards the ideals of restoration or
I said YOLO. I thought I said Solano.
I'm sorry, I was. Can you still hear me? Should we?
Yes,
can we
please
start over?
continue. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. All right. So the this idea that the physical world has to change if the native wildlife, the native fish, the native fauna are able to respond to actually be put on a different trajectory instead of one towards extinction, as the Delta smelt is teetering precariously on the edge of, but on towards a trajectory of recovery, and that is fundamentally what the Lookout Slough project embodies more than any other, and that's because it's truly at the landscape scale, and it restores the natural patterns to which native fish and plants are adapted, under which they evolved. And it's really hard to overestimate the impact and importance of this. The benefits provided by these projects are going to happen regionally, and those benefits, while directly aimed at ecological function, have direct linkage to the recreational and other benefits provided, in that it is the functioning habitat that actually supplies the recreational opportunity. So with 3,000 acres of habitat coming into the public, and that habitat being the very of the highest quality, we should really see an improvement in the public's access to the very resources which both underpin recreation and species persistence. So thank you for hearing my comments, and have a good day.
Thank you, Jacob.
Madam Vice Chair,
Yes.
if I could, the speaker prior to Mr. Katz, Jennifer McKenzie, I think she did initially say that she was speaking on behalf of the Yolo County Board of Supervisors. It was clear, certainly from the context of the letter, and as she concluded it, that she was speaking on behalf of two members of the Slough County Board of Supervisors. And so she may have misspoken, and obviously that distress portion of the message a moment ago probably reflected that. But I think those in the room were tracking that. And I think she started out twice saying Yolo County and then quickly shifted to the proper context. So again, I don't think she should be too concerned that somehow she took on the role of speaking for the Yolo County Board of Supervisors versus the Slough County Board of Supervisor members. So I just wanted to point that out. Thanks.
Duly noted. Thank you, Councilmember Natoli.
Okay, next we have Steve Shaw, and I see your hand raised. It's not under your name, but you should be able to unmute yourself. Hopefully this is Steve.
Yes, this is Steve Shaw. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Sorry, I'm new to all this and wish I could have come to the plate sooner. My concern is losing access. I take my grandson out there to fish, and I hear that, okay, you're going to put, 235 stall parking lots out there, but bank fishing is going to be limited to 500 feet. I don't know how you guys come up, well, I don't know you guys, but how they come up with that, because if you have 70 parking parking spots, and even half of those are used, 500 feet isn't enough for people to bank fish without stacking people right on top. One of the big joys of fishing is having a little bit of elbow room and being able to enjoy the outdoors and have some space. I mean, it's so limited these days to what we can actually enjoy. As far as a safety concern on the parking of the street, I've never yet in all the years being out there seen any issues of people not being able to go up and down the road safely, and don't see people driving off the road. And if someone could say, what kind of access are we going to have with those 3,000 acres? Is it going to be walkable? Is it by boat? Because the big concern I have too is a good majority of us don't have the ability to have a boat to come upstream, come up river, come up the channel, up the slough, or however it is, to come clear up that way where we can be able to drive right on up and find a place on the shoreline and find a space to fish. And that's my comments. I wish I could have more, but thank you for your time. Sorry, I'm kind of not good at expressing this, but it's a special place for I can take my grandkids fishing and it's safe. So I just ask that you open up as much area. There's ways to delete the northern breaches, take it farther south, down past Shag Slough Bridge, then that would open up a lot of areas. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Steve. And next we have Andrew Goodman, followed by David Miller. Andrew, you should be able to unmute yourself. Press *6.
Yes, good morning. Well, here we are again. It's the third time that the Liberty Island folks have had to stand up for our right to access decent fishing and hunting grounds. I just want to say, I learned a long time ago that 99 out of 100 questions can be answered with money. That's what we're talking about here. We are talking money. This is a mitigation obligation by a $1 billion company, the DWR, due to environmental damage they've caused in the Delta. Like Delta smelt functionally extinct because of DWR's actions over the years. And now they're painting a picture like there's this environmental good guy that wants to go out there and create this 3,000, tidal wetland that'll magically have all these benefits to native fishes, but it won't. The water is gin clear, which by nature to any native fish of the Delta is already bad because all these native species are relying turbidity. Also, in a tidal wetland, it goes down to mud twice a day based on tide cycle. These fishes are not going to inhabit this new acreage and twice a day swim back into Shag Slough. And if they try, they're going to get eaten by all the bass that one gentleman before me talked about. So there's that. Also, I just want to throw out what DWR here is really relying on is not your ignorance, but your lack of understanding of the dynamics of native fishes in the Delta, like what's actually going on and what is actually needed for true restoration. They're just hoping they can push this through, screw all the bank fishermen, screw the duck hunters, and then just go about selling billions of water. That's what they want to do, sell water. They're not an environmental agency. This is again a mitigation obligation through billions, by a $1 billion company for damage they've caused environmentally. They've lost twice, and then here we are again. And if they would have got through the first two times without our, not wanting it to happen, they would have smiled and been fine and just screwed all those people that use Liberty Island. They would have been totally fine with it. Life would have gone on. So I just want to. Liberty Island's the gem of the region for actually great bank fishing access and great duck hunting, and just getting out with, like the gentleman before me said, get some elbow room and enjoying nature. And if you want to take that away, I think that's a real shame, because it's honestly the only place I go duck hunting is Liberty Island. If this goes away, I can't go anywhere else. And there's just so many half-truths, if not lies, being said as truth. And it's just, if you're knowledgeable and you've been here for a second, it just makes me shake my head. This whole common voice of agency argument, follow the money. DWR funds Fish and Wildlife Service. Science in the Fish and Wildlife Service does not happen if DWR doesn't sign the check and give them money to do it. If the science is too dangerous to DWR's, ultimate goal of science water, well, then they don't write the check. The science doesn't happen. That's the dirty secret that nobody knows about.
Yeah.
Like the Fish and Wildlife Service badge.
Yeah,
my
the time has concluded,
DWR.
so we want to thank you for your comments. Truly appreciate that. Next speaker.
Next, we have David Miller. You should be able
Hi.
to.
Hi. Good afternoon. I'm right in the middle of my COVID experience, not because I'm sick, but because I'm working from home. One of the greatest things my mom ever did for me was to take us camping and to some of these public access places. And I listen intently to all the people speaking, not necessarily the state folks, which I know they're trying to do a great job. But public access is important. It's important for our kids, for families to come, for generations. Anytime you limit that, there's going to be some impact, right? Some good, some bad, but some impact. I haven't been to this place, but I've been, as much as I can or afford, a lot of California's great access places. I am very much going to take a trip, like someone suggested before me, out to this place to see its greatness as I can right now. There were a couple of questions related to some of the speakers. We need, if you're not knowledgeable like myself of the specific place, you need a reference. So when you say we've opened up 500 feet, 500 feet of what? 1,000, 5,000 feet, 10,000 feet? I would have appreciated a reference, right? Where the 500 feet is a reference to some number. Or I noticed during the speak that, how much area is accessible to public today and how much will be accessible after this plan is implemented. I think that's an important reference number as well, speaking from where I come from. But I do, working for the public myself, I understand some of the constraints that the public representation here is under. There's only so much you can do and you're doing your best. I get that. But I would have appreciated some of those numbers for reference. And I hope to get out there as soon as this weekend with my family. So thank you very much.
Thank you, David.
So that concludes the blue cards I have, but I'd like to open it up to the room if there's anyone present today that would like to make a public comment. No. And then also on the Zoom, if there's anyone who hasn't commented who would like to, please raise your hand and we'll unmute you. Oh, *9 if you're on the phone. Okay, I don't see any hands. I think we should be good.
Okay. Hearing no further requests, we will now close the public comment portion of this agenda. We will now hear from council members who wish to ask questions of staff, the parties, the commission, and/or the commenters. If you have any questions, please specify who your question is for so that the clerk can unmute them if they are participating remotely. Do any of you as council members have any questions? We'll start on this side. Yes, Councilmember Natoli.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Dueño. This is probably for council staff, if I could. So Jeff or Dan. And it relates to, again, acknowledging the communication came from Commission Executive Director from the Delta Protection Commission, but it goes to some of the concluding comments in the written communication that was distributed and received by all of us. And I guess what I'm curious about and puzzling over is it relates not only to the finding for this particular appeal hearing, but I think concern being expressed about how this may be precedent setting or would undermine the ability for this council, certainly in its consideration here today, but in the future as relates to DPP2 and Delta as a place and both the standard of review, but also then the way findings are crafted. And so, Jeff, you've heard that. Obviously, you've been very instrumental in working with your colleagues to bring forward certainly the resolution, but the draft findings for our consideration. So I guess I would like to hear again, as it pertains certainly to today's consideration, because one of the suggestions made by Mr. Vick in the letter as a member of the staff is that there be a simplified approach that would still end up in the same position as it relates to denial of the appeal and allowing the project to proceed, but would, if I, again, my interpretation of what's being said here would, I think, protect some of the elements of DPP2 as it relates to future considerations, but certainly this one as well. So I guess maybe that's for council as well, but I'm not trying to get to the legal perspective as much as I am, I think, again, recognizing the importance of that particular provision for consideration of Delta as a place and what it means to cite projects in the Delta and all the various impacts, both positive and negative. So
happy to respond.
Okay.
And I've also invited Matt Struhar from
I know I saw Matt come up pretty quick as I
from the
got
Attorney
into
General's
questions,
office to join us. I want to point out first that one of the revisions that was made between the staff draft and the proposed determination, referring to page 23, we did strike the language that reads DPP2 does not require incorporation of alternative project design features to reduce or avoid conflicts with existing uses that the department finds are infeasible. And I think that's, that is in response to the concerns that were raised by the commission staff with regard to sort of what is the future of DPP2 if this ruling is made by the council. I think we do maintain that DPP2 is largely about the siting of projects, but that is not, I don't want that to be interpreted. I don't think we want that as a staff to be interpreted as at the exclusion of consideration of other means to reduce or avoid those negative effects. So it was very helpful to receive those comments and help us focus that argument. In that case, that doesn't change the recommended finding, because in the particular instance that was being referenced, LIA hadn't met its burden regardless in showing a lack of substantial evidence as it pertained to the consideration of a range of feasible alternatives. And I'll ask Matt to speak briefly to sort of this question of precedent and what does it mean if the council takes an action today with regard to precedent for future projects.
Before Matt comes there, could I just, so was that change made subsequent to the time that the communication, I think, was dated April the 19th or 21st?
Yes,
So
yes.
that is incorporated into your presentation earlier today. And again, I'm not working off a red line version, so I guess I know there's another
Yes,
one
we
included.
released a staff draft determination, received comments, including comments from the Protection Commission staff, and made red line revisions in response.
That's the one that was at the desk here today then. So,
Yeah.
okay, I was working off the one previously. Thanks, Jessica. Okay.
So I just want to briefly note that the determination as it stands today resolves the appeal that's presently before the Stewardship Council. Any legal conclusions or interpretations of the Delta plan that are in this determination are not binding on the Stewardship Council going forward in future cases. In order to qualify as precedent, the council would need to affirmatively designate the determination as precedent. This, as proposed, the determination does not do that. That means the council will not be able to expressly rely on it for future appeals. The council will retain the flexibility to reconsider its prior reasoning in future appeals.
Great. And how is that memorialized, Matt? What you just said?
I don't believe that it does not need to be memorialized in the determination. What would need to be memorialized is a designation
as precedent because that is not memorialized in the determination. The determination itself is not precedent. That's under the government code section 11426.60 as part of the California Administrative Procedure Act.
So by default, it is not precedent, if you will.
Correct.
Okay, that helps. And thanks for references. I was working off the version that didn't have the red line. It was certainly a clean version. That helps. And maybe while the both of you are there, I had one other I wanted to ask about. It came out that the testimony, some of the discussion, and someone who's doesn't have a legal background nor necessarily the technical background that the two of you and others have, but I certainly have the opportunity over the years to sit through a number of hearings and considerations, and I'm always very appreciative of the staff work that goes into it, certainly the input that we receive. But one of the things that was noted, and I heard it used a couple of different ways here today, that Mr. Dalkey, and then I was referenced at least incidentally in another comment, the ability for this council in our appropriate role here to thoughtfully interpret. That was the word was that, and I think the reference Mr. Dalkey made was, that we got to have common sense apply. We ought to think about everyday people, and we've heard from folks from different points of view about what that might mean relative to certainly the fisheries and to restoration, but also to activities that are wholesome and allow people to enjoy the outdoors and explore. And so I'm curious, either from a technical or legal standpoint, again, recognizing the constraints, discussion about conflict, how it gets resolved, what extent, it's not all, it's some. And so I guess I'm curious though, that if we were to apply thoughtful consideration, and I think that's what this council is about to do, at least I'll speak for myself, that I want to be thoughtful in my consideration, but certainly recognize the various aspects of guidance we get, and obviously the various viewpoints that are represented in this appeal, the matter before. So I don't know, Matt or Jeff, if you can help with that, because again, as one who's given responsibility on my colleagues here to make some determination with all the information before us. So how do we apply thoughtful consideration with all the constraints? And do we have discretion? Maybe that's, is there very limited discretion and
I would offer that the council's obligation is to consider the record and what is within the record with regard to substantiating the conclusions that DWR, in this instance, DWR reaches with regard to its certification of consistency. And that is whether or not those findings that are made by, in this instance, the department, are supported by evidence in the record. And we note that throughout the determination, the department's evidence constitutes sufficient, relevant, and credible information to support a fair argument in the favor of its conclusions. And once that fair argument is established, that leads, the standard leads us to defer to the agency and the presumption of validity of the original material submitted. So I'm hopeful that helps with the answer to that question, but that ultimately is the standard that we are obliged to maintain.
One of the comments, again, just maybe piggyback, I appreciate your response, Jeff, and I know Matt was getting maybe poised to add or maybe not, but in the letter relative to the standard review that Mr. Dalkey submitted, I'll just extract here paragraph on second to last paragraph on page 1. He said, furthermore, the logic used in the draft determination suggests that Department of Water Resources can simply claim anything they want, in quote, and then in not quotation, but in parentheses, without regard to veracity / factuality. And if it is included in the record, then it's considered the ultimate truth. And there, he references page 30. I guess I'd like to know your response to that claim.
Matt, could I ask you to jump in on this?
So under the substantial evidence standard of review, this was recently revised and incorporated into the determination. partially in consideration of that point that was raised in that letter. The evidence, the issue is, just as Jeff phrased it, has DWR provided sufficient relevant information to support in order to establish a fair argument to support its conclusion that the project is consistent with the Delta plan? It does not matter whether there is other evidence in the record that could support an alternative conclusion. It only matters that there is sufficient relevant information to support the certification of consistency. That is the scope of the council's review in the covered action appeals process. And obviously, I believe in everything the council does. The council takes a thoughtful approach, but part of taking a thoughtful approach is adhering to the standard review that's set out in the Delta Reform Act, which is, of course, reviewing for substantial evidence, reviewing the certification of consistency for substantial evidence. That's a clear limit on the scope of the council's appellate authority. This is not a de novo review process. The council is only reviewing for substantial evidence, and as drafted, the determination sets out what that standard means.
Okay. Yeah. So there is, if you will, a presumption of validity that comes with a certification of consistency, and the burden placed on the appellant is to challenge that and support that challenge with evidence, to raise those factual considerations, and then to make the case that there is not evidence in the record that supports the conclusion. And in our findings, we recommend that there is indeed that evidence.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Natoli. I understand Councilmember Moranian and then Councilmember Zingali.
I have a question for Matt. I want to go back on to the precedent and just to understand process-wise, when is that it could become a precedent or not, and how much jurisdiction we would have over it, and if yes, could that be something that could go on being on an agenda at any point or not? The reason I'm asking all this is because there's so much work that has been done on this and so much effort, and it's important to me to see if at any point this could be used as precedent, and letting it go totally or not is something that worries me. Is that clear what I'm asking?
Sure. If the council were to adopt the determination as it's presented, then it would not constitute precedent for the reasons I stated before. If the council wants to, at a future covered action proceeding, if the council wants to rely on this as precedent, it would not be allowed to do that. If the council wants to, however, for the council to actually, if the council at a later date wants to designate this as precedent, I would have to go back and review the relevant government code sections in order to advise the council on the proper procedures to do so.
It'll be interesting to know.
Yeah, but as it stands, if the council were to adopt this, it would not constitute precedent. The council would be not allowed to rely on it in a future proceeding.
Yeah, I mean, being this as a president, I think could help in, advance some kind of a reasonableness of yes or no, and all this work was done on it. So I'm kind of like, to have no use in the future is not a good idea. So if you could check that.
Of course.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zingali.
Yes, Madam Chair, may I make a motion to adopt the staff's resolution at this point?
Absolutely. If there's no
I will so move.
Okay, it has now been moved by Councilmember Zingali, second by Councilmember Smith. And the way that I'm going to read this is actually no other comments. I just want to make sure I'm looking at everybody here. Okay. So we now have a motion And a second, again, motion by Councilmember Zingali, a second by Councilmember Smith. And we will. This is on the resolution. Do we, but for legal purposes, do we want to read it into?
Just for clarity, I would recommend just referring to resolution 2022-03.
Let's read it into the record exactly as it needs to be put into the record. And I've got so many notes here. Thank you. Thank you. So again, we have a motion by Councilmember Zingali and a second by Councilmember Smith to accept and adopt the staff recommendation, which is the resolution number 2022-03. Okay.
Madam Chair, point of clarification.
Yes.
So then by reference, then the draft determination red line is incorporated into the resolution. To be clear.
The motion would support the red line version. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Good.
Yes.
Okay, again, we are going to, we have the motion and the second to adopt resolution 2022-03 to adopt the proposed determination and the findings contained therein, denying the appeals on the issues recommended for denial as set forth in the proposed determination. Beck, will you call for the vote?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair. Councilmember Damrell.
Judge, actually, Beck is asking for a vote.
I will reluctantly support the resolution. And let me explain. I have great concerns about a staff person testifying on behalf of whoever. I think that's inappropriate. And in any event, despite that fact and the fact that I am concerned about the fishing for food issue, nevertheless, I will support the resolution. So I submit an aye.
Councilmember Lee. Aye. Councilmember Maranian.
Aye.
Councilmember Natoli.
I intend to vote aye, but I want to cite for the record that I think some of the points were raised here. I appreciate the work that was done. I know you're asking for a vote, but the motion was made fairly quickly, and I thought we would have an opportunity to explain what our position might be. And I appreciate Judge Damrell taking us. I'm going to take just a Madam Vice Chair, if I could, to point out that one, as I noted earlier, I certainly I think there's been very strong staff work done on this. And when we heard this a year ago and remanded it back to the department, obviously they went back and did some work. I will just say though, as one who has some very strong affinity for the Delta and certainly its people and the certainly the statewide goals as called for in the statute from the standpoint of water reliability and ecosystem restoration. Those are, obviously they're a matter of law, matter of statute, but they're a very important modifier, and that is the Delta as a place and preserving the attributes, many of which we've heard in public testimony here and in previous hearings. And I take those to heart and certainly recognize the constraints which we offer, which were offered to us as it relates to this consideration. And again, I appreciate the work that will, help improve habitat, but it doesn't discount the fact that there will be some loss of access. It may create additional access, but in different ways, but it's not the same. And I certainly respect my colleagues from the Solano County, and certainly the state agencies have been involved in this. But I don't want to discount what we've heard in this hearing and previous hearings. And I wanted to state that for the record, but I will support the resolution. I vote.
Councilmember Smith. Aye. Councilmember Zingali.
Aye.
Vice Chair Madueño.
My vote is aye. And again, I want to just premise a couple of key points, and that is there's no question. We heard a lot of testimony from both sides, and I want to thank and commend the Solano County Water Agency, Liberty Island Access, the Delta Protection Commission, to the staff, the Department of Water Resources, for all of your work. I hope that this is really a testament to what we do here as a council, and that we do have and we do take very seriously public participation and public engagement. I want to thank every single one of those individuals who called in today to provide your insight, to provide your thoughts. It is a government for the people. And so I so agree with what has been shared and what has been said. I did note the thoughtful consideration, and I do think we are doing what we need to do. And so with every grain in my body, I know that nothing is ever perfect, but I do know and recognize the hard work that has been put into all of this from everybody, including our staff. And so I want to, again, publicly acknowledge and thank all of you for all of your efforts. Sorry. And again, thank you, Beck and Brandon, for channeling all of those public comments. The Department of Water Resources may now proceed with implementing the Lookout Slough project. The ex parte communication restriction related to the Lookout Slough project is now lifted. Our clerk will certify the council's official final determination. Once that is done, council staff will transmit the certified determination to the parties via the service list. And we'll also post it on the council's webpage for this specific covered action appeal. As I mentioned earlier, once we have the final transcript, we will share it with the parties via the service list and post it to our website. Again, we want to thank all the participants and attendees. We will now take a short break until we resume with our regular council and next agenda item. Let me look at the time. We are at 12:22. Can we agree to a 20-minute lunch break? We will return at 12:45. I'm going to give you 21 minutes. How about that? I'm being generous today. We will resume at 12:45. Thank you.
It wasn't my fault. Eric didn't do the board.
I know. Yeah.
Ready? Okay, I'd like to reconvene our Delta Stewardship Council meeting. And we will go on to the next item, which is item 10, and that is the executive, I'm sorry, no, we're on item number 9 because we don't have a chair. That's why I overlooked that part, so sorry. It is the chair's report, and for that, I'm going to actually ask Amanda Bull, Special Assistant for Planning and Science, to bring us up to speed on DPIC, and then I'll have a couple of comments after. Amanda, welcome.
Great. Well, thank you, Vice Chairman Dueño, and hello, everybody. It's nice to see everybody in person today.
Yes, it's great.
It's kind of exciting, actually. Yes, so I just wanted to just kind of report out on the first DPIC meeting of the year, which was March 28th. So I want to thank again Chair or Supervisor Natoli for ably chairing that meeting for us. And so the focus of the meeting, as you may all recall, was a panel on cross-estuary collaboration and projects that support both Delta Plan implementation and actions in the San Francisco Estuary Partnership's Estuary Blueprint. Carbon sequestration, sediment, environmental justice were highlighted during the panel that was moderated by Larry Goldsman from the San Francisco Bay Conservation and Development Commission and included Delta lead scientist Laurel Larson, Caitlin Sweeney from the San Francisco Estuary Partnership, Campbell Ingram from the Delta Conservancy, Letitia Grenier from the San Francisco Estuary Institute, and then Moises Moreno Rivera, Assistant Secretary for Equity and Environmental Justice from the California Natural Resources Agency. Council staff also presented on upcoming salinity management workshops and Delta Plan performance measures. The DPIC members also heard an update on the DPIC Restoration Subcommittee, which is really what I would like to focus this update on, by endorsing a vision statement, 4 goals, and several related objectives. And so just you'll see the slides here that I have that are up now, and I'll just kind of walk you through what the approved or the endorsed vision statement, the goals, and then the related objectives. And so the vision statement is the DPIC Restoration Subcommittee envisions a Delta ecosystem that supports the mosaic of natural and human communities, is resilient to stressors, adapts to change, and is accessible for recreation. And so the Restoration Subcommittee really felt very strongly that we have a broad vision statement that really reflects all the things that we are hoping and wanting restoration to do in the Delta. And if you can move to the next slide, please, I'll dive into goal 1 a little bit. So goal 1 is to increase interagency collaboration to streamline restoration implementation. And this really here is to try and kind of align with a lot of the efforts that are going on with the Cutting Green Tape initiative that the Resources Agency is leading, identifying areas for efficiencies, for improved collaboration, to try and learn from efforts that are currently underway and other groups that are really active in trying to streamline restoration in the Delta. Identify and pursue options for sustaining and supporting the DPIC Restoration Subcommittee long-term. As you'll see as I walk through these objectives, there's a lot that we want to do, and that's going to take support. And so we are already actively considering how we can support this work long-term. And then finally, the last objective for this goal is to develop a work plan based on all of these objectives, which is what staff is currently doing right now in coordination with subcommittee members. Next slide, please. Goal 2, identify opportunities in restoration planning and long-term management. And so again, here trying to explore current uses and future development needs for the Delta Landscape Scenario Planning Tool, which the Council and the Science Program is very engaged in, as well as other modeling tools, identify mechanisms for evaluating the effectiveness of restoration opportunities, and pursuing opportunities for coordination with the Delta Science Program and the Delta Independent Science Board. There's a lot of great work going on in the Science Program, and the Delta Independent Science Board is very interested in restoration. And so we're really reaching out to both entities to really coordinate the efforts and the work that we're doing. Next slide, please. Goal 3, increase transparency and coordination around existing, new, and needed restoration funding. And this really is in response to what we all understand to be the funding coming into restoration in California. And they're just questions about really kind of what that is, how much it is, what's available. And so we want to synthesize and share the information about existing and new funding programs so that we really understand what the funding landscape is. We also want to identify institutional bottlenecks related to efficiently converting available funds into on-the-ground restoration projects, staff capacity to actually implement restoration projects. Oh, go back to the other one, please. Thanks. And then identifying where there might be bottlenecks around bond language, which makes it hard again to get projects on the ground. And then finally, if needed, advocate for adequate funding to meeting ecosystem goals and objectives. And last slide now. So goal 4. Provide forums for meaningful community participation in Delta restoration efforts. And so we really want to be and are really trying to make it a priority to work with the community as we explore how to reduce barriers, institutional barriers to restoration. So we plan to, as is required as well, but to publicly notice all subcommittee meetings and welcome and encourage public participation. The official membership of the subcommittee are the DPIC member agencies, but we really are encouraging all others to participate and in the conversations that we're having. Convene twice yearly community forums to discuss current restoration efforts and community concerns. And this is kind of an outgrowth of an effort that the Delta Conservancy did several years ago called Delta Restoration Network. And so we're hoping to kind of pick that up again as well. And then finally, to develop a robust outreach and engagement program to local landowners and agencies and environmental justice organizations, tribes, and Delta community members. And I think really kind of building on the work and the outreach that has been happening around Delta Adapts and the environmental justice issue paper. And so really making sure that whatever we're doing here with the restoration subcommittee incorporates that and really reaches and encourages that participation as well. So anyway, so DPIC, as I mentioned, has now endorsed the vision, the goals, these objectives. We are now working on developing a work plan over the next few months. And then in terms of just other DPIC updates, we are already thinking ahead to the next DPIC meeting, which is July 18th, talking with staff and others about just really kind of what are some of the highlights and some of the things we need to bring forward in July for consideration by the DPIC agencies. So that ends my presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Yes, Councilmember Smith.
So I think as we found in our recent appeals with the Lookout Slough project, that very often what you find is that, of course, we want to maximize human capacity to interact with this beautiful ecosystem. But sometimes we run afoul in our restoration efforts and our need to replace what human damage has done with meeting that objective as well. So are there any guiding principles that DPIC has thought about or started to use in its work when looking at restoration that help, I think, match, pair, partner, compare those sometimes competing objectives?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. And, not actively yet because we haven't quite gotten there, but one thing I'll just, kind of point out is that, the whole impetus for the restoration subcommittee is a recommendation in the Chapter 4 Delta Plan Amendment. And within that, we have a number of things that are kind of leading the work that we're doing, or kind of guiding the work that we're doing, I should say. And so we'll be working very closely with planning staff and science staff to really make sure that we are kind of identifying and taking what we have learned from this process, from Lookout Slough and others, to make sure that we are kind of identifying best practices, or over the long term, if we need to develop best practices, that I think that's something that the restoration subcommittee could potentially tackle, since we have so many of the right organizations and agencies at the table.
Great. Other questions? Well, first and foremost, I want to say thank you, Amanda, for all of your great work as always. And I actually got to listen in and saw what a great job Councilmember Natoli did in chairing the meeting. So thank you for that. I was intrigued, by how many agencies obviously participate in this and the robust discussions that were being had. And so again, just want to thank and publicly acknowledge all of your hard work and efforts towards this. So keep the momentum going.
I would echo your comments certainly with regards to Amanda's work, but I think certainly the strong network, and I think the interest that has been consistently shown, certainly work of our chairpersons over the past several years. But again, Amanda, you and folks that you're working with, I think the substance of it will begin to really become apparent, certainly in the months and years to come. Because again, my sense is that people were really tuned in. The panels were good. But I think it's some of the work that leads up to actually implementation on the ground. So again, thanks, and Jessica, thank you for your leadership, because I know it's part of your team of folks here. I think it stands a real good prospect of making a difference on lots of different levels. But when you have agencies from the realm that are represented there in the DPIC, it's that in of itself, that folks would come together on a regular basis and devote the time, and then I think the follow through is pretty amazing. And it's probably a good model for other entities, if they so chose to use it. So I don't know, Jessica, you might want to.
I was just, thank you for that. I was just going to say agencies from the realm. I think we should rename DPIC agencies from the realm. That's a good one. Yeah, I echo my gratitude to Amanda, particularly, losing our DPIC chair and the seamless transition and all of the support that you provided to make that happen was really apparent during the meeting. So thank you.
Very much so. Thank you. Just a couple of brief comments on my behalf. So I was able to participate in the Delta Leaders wrap-up session, which was last Friday, I believe. And wow, what an amazing opportunity it was to meet with these leaders, these up and coming leaders in the Delta area, and to hear about their class projects that they're actually putting out there. I was blown away. One is America 250, celebrating the 250th birthday of America. and celebrating it in the Delta. So it was just amazing to hear their ideas and thoughts. Delta Days was another one, and I can't remember what the third one was, but it was all centered around, again, the Delta, celebrating the Delta as a place, celebrating the Delta for what it is, its beauty, its magnificence, if you will. So I want to thank Eric Vink for inviting me to be one of the judges for this class project, and thank all those incredible students, leaders, people that want to learn more about the Delta and what they're proposing to bring forward. I also participated in the Water 101 workshop. Julie, I'm going to recommend that for you and for anybody else. I thought it was just wonderful, just to get a synopsis, if you will, of water. And so it was great. I saw our staff member, Brandon, he was there. He was also part of that. And so it was nice to engage finally with a person from the staff in person. And then Jessica alerted me to the salinity workshop, which apparently we get all these invitations and sometimes we just kind of, glance through, but I was able to listen in on that. Was it that this week? It was this week, wasn't it? It's been a long week. But again, what incredible conversations, along the, salinity and, the challenges that we're going to be facing and continue to face. So again, thank you for that, Jessica. And all I'm just going to say is pay attention to these notifications that we get. Beck, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, Madam Vice Chair, we do not.
Great. Before we go on to item number 10, which is the executive officer's report, just in the abundance of being respectful, I will be leaving at 1:30 to catch a flight. So I will turn over the reins to Councilmember Judge Frank Damrell, who will be taking us into the next agenda items. And I will actually be participating because I don't actually have to be on the plane until 3 o'clock, but I'll be participating remotely. So again, thank you. And what a pleasure to have all of you guys here in person. And I'm so excited that we're going to continue to do this in person.
Can I add one thing? I just want to thank Brandon and Beck for all the work that they've done. I mean, this is a lot of work.
Yes, it is.
And, there are certain positions that the more you do, the more transparent you become. And people only notice you when something didn't work. So don't think you're transparent. Okay, we've noticed you.
Yes,
Thank
we
you.
do. Thank you. Great. Yes, great comment, Maria. You're so right. And yes, we do appreciate and thank you and everybody else on the tremendous team that we have. Okay, moving on to item number 10, the executive officer's report. And for that, we have our esteemed executive officer, Jessica Pearson.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Dueño. And I'll keep today's report brief, but again, as everyone has said, I'm very pleased to be with you here in person today. I do have one covered action update to report. On March 24th, Reclamation District 756 submitted a certification of consistency for the Bolden Island Levee Rehabilitation Project. This project seeks to reinforce the levees on Bolden Island by widening, raising, and armoring the levee crest, as well as flattening the landside levee slope and placing an all-weather surface on top. The project's public review and appeal period closed on April 24th with no appeals filed, so the project may now proceed to implementation. On behalf of the council, staff sent out 3 comment letters since we last met. 2 of the letters were to the Department of Water Resources. Both state that the respective projects appear to be covered actions. We outline the Delta Plan policies that may apply, and we encourage the Department of Water Resources to meet with the council in early consultation. The first of these letters is regarding the notice of preparation for an EIR for the False River Drought Salinity Barrier Project. You will remember that the department presented on the details of this project to the council just last year, and that the project seeks to minimize the impacts of salinity intrusion from the drought, during drought, by constructing a rock barrier across False River. And while the current barrier was constructed under the governor's drought state of emergency, this EIR is for future construction of a temporary barrier as needed. The second letter to DWR is regarding what's called the Phase B Supplemental EIR for the McCormick-Williamson Tract Levee Modification and Habitat Restoration Project. The project seeks to implement flood control improvements that benefit aquatic and terrestrial habitats, species, and ecological processes, and incorporate landscape scale restoration of delta habitat. In 2018, DWR submitted a certification of consistency for the McCormick-Williamson Tract project and the Grizzly Slough project before the project changes outlined in the recently released draft supplemental EIR. This first phase of the project was constructed in 2018 and 2019. Due to a natural levee breach and flooding in 2017 and following completion of new flood modeling, DWR has now prepared a draft supplemental EIR for the second phase of the project. Our last letter is to the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation regarding the notice of intent to prepare an environmental impact statement on the 2021 Endangered Species Act reinitiation of Section 7 consultation on the long-term operations of the Central Valley Project, also known as ROC-ON 2. The objective of the EIS is to review and analyze alternatives, topics, and important issues related to the multi-year operations of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project. The letter emphasizes that reclamation should support California's co-equal goals for the Delta and DWR's compliance with the 2020 incidental take permit. And the letter also recommends reclamation account for the effects of climate change on the operations and management of its facilities in its environmental analysis. So we will keep you updated on these projects and others as they progress. We have one new hire to announce. Yolanda Jackson joins the Business Services Unit as an Associate Governmental Program Analyst. Yolanda returns to the council, having previously been with us early in our founding years. And she comes to us with a well-rounded knowledge of contract administration. She will be a fiscal liaison and support contract tracking and reporting. So please join me in welcoming Yolanda. Included in your packets are your outreach highlights report, your active projects list, and then your quarterly contract report. If there are any questions about those now or anytime in the future, please reach out to me. We do not have a legal update today and no formal legislative update, but I did want to mention that a bill that we discussed at a previous month, SB 1218 by Senator Melissa Hurtado, which dealt with potential changes to the Delta Reform Act, is no longer expected to move forward in the legislative process based on conversations that we've had with the author's office. So a quick overview of the remaining items on the agenda. First, after the conclusion of 2 years of public engagement, the Council's Delta Science Program will present the 2022 to 2026 Science Action Agenda to the Council. The Council will then consider acceptance of the document. The document intends to guide Delta Science research investments over the coming 5 years. And then we will hear from Dr. Stephen Brandt and other members of the Delta Independent Science Board about their recent activities and a significant new report that they've released. So with that, I conclude my executive officer's report. Happy to take any questions.
Great. Any questions of our executive officer? Seeing none. Are there any public comments on this item?
No, Madam Vice Chair, there are not.
Okay. I was curious about the SB 1218. So it
Yeah, the author had two bills, one that would have significantly reformed the State Water Resources Control Board, and then another bill, proposed bill, that would have made some modifications to the Reform Act and directed the council to undertake certain analyses of water conditions. So my understanding is her thinking has evolved on the issues and she's not taking them up at this time.
Wonderful. Thank you. We will now move on to item number 11, and that is the lead scientist report. And for that, we have Dr. Laurel Larson. How nice to see you.
Thank you. It's so nice to be here for my very first council meeting, in-person council meeting ever. So quite exciting. So good afternoon. As you all know, I've devoted my article summaries for the past 3 lead scientist reports, with the exception of last month, to spotlights on the work accomplished by the 2018 class of Delta Science Fellows funded by the Council. These spotlights coincided with our release of the request for applications for a new class of Delta Science Fellows designed to start their work in August or September of this year, 2022. The proposal deadline was very recent, just this past April 20th, and we are looking forward to convening 2 review panels in June. But this month, I will conclude the series of spotlights on Delta Science Fellows, highlighting a recent paper by Megan Sable of UC Santa Cruz. And Brandon, if I could get the visual abstract, that would be great. Megan's work is relevant to the management of Chinook salmon populations. I've mentioned in past lead scientist reports that predation on native species, such as the Chinook salmon, by non-native species, such as the striped or largemouth bass, is one of the most poorly understood factors affecting population levels. Now, this is particularly critical because such a large fraction of the juvenile salmon that hatch in the Delta's tributaries do not survive their passage through the Delta to the ocean to move to their the next phase of their life cycle. So filling the knowledge gap about the role that predation plays in juvenile Chinook salmon mortality was established as a priority both in the 2017 to 2021 Science Action Agenda, as well as the recently released 2022 to 2026 Science Action Agenda that you'll hear about momentarily. Action 4 of the previous SAA and Management Need 5 of the current SAA are both about understanding interactions between stressors and managed species and their ecological communities. And in fact, one of the management questions associated with Management Need 5 of the current Science Action Agenda is where and under what conditions, for example, habitat, water temperature, food web interactions, and flow, including at known predation hotspots, do we find increased predation pressure on native aquatic species in the Delta? And then how can those conditions be altered to reduce this pressure? So the study by Megan Sable got at this very question. Megan and her research team were interested in addressing how habitat influences predation by looking at how juvenile Chinook salmon's behavioral response to the presence of a striped bass predator was modified in different types of habitat. So to address this question, they set up flumes. You could see a photograph on the slide. Flumes are really open-ended enclosures that you could think of here as miniature fish racetracks. But they set up these flumes in different types of habitat. And what they contrasted here was the presence or absence of shade and the presence or absence of submerged sticks and vegetation, so structures underwater. In about half of those trials, a bass was lurking in the flume, and the juvenile salmon were introduced at the upstream end of the flume, and the amount of time that it took them to swim to the other end was recorded. So these field experiments sound like they were really fun to do. Following up on a hypothesis that hatchery-raised Chinook salmon might not benefit from the evolutionary behavioral adaptations that develop for wild-reared Chinook salmon over generations, the research team also compared the behavior of wild to hatchery salmon in these trials. Now, what they found is that shade really is what made the biggest difference in the behavior of juvenile salmon in the presence of a predator. And that salmon slowed substantially as they swam past the predators in shaded conditions. While this behavior may help them avoid predators, if it slows their migration through the Delta substantially, it could prolong their time in a risky environment. They also found that there was virtually no difference between wild and hatchery salmon, which is encouraging given our increasing reliance on hatchery operations for species recovery. While it is unclear at this point how the observed salmon behavior would extrapolate to the population level without additional studies of successful predation and where those occur, or the effects of travel time on survival probability, these studies do contribute to a growing body of understanding of the various factors that contribute to predation risk. So any questions about that article spotlight before I move on?
Yeah, so the shade slows them down?
The shade slows them down in the presence of a predator. So in other words, the difference between their swimming speed in the shade from when there was a predator present to when there was not one present was the greatest difference that they observed in this study.
And then when they delay, they kind of get saved?
So that's actually unclear because there were no actual predation events that were observed in these trials. And so really what they were looking at was just the behavioral response, or they called it evasive behavior in the presence of a predator.
So the hypothesis was not, so tell me one more time what the hypothesis was.
Yeah, there were a couple of different hypotheses here. One was the hypothesis that hatchery raised salmon would have different behavior from the wild salmon in the presence of a predator, and that was refuted by this study. And the other hypothesis is that the fish would exhibit different behavior, different evasive behavior within these different habitat types. And they didn't hypothesize like how that behavior may be helpful or harmful. It could be both. That evasive behavior could help them avoid predators more effectively in the shade. But if they experience a lot of shade through their transit, it's really going to slow them down as they move through the delta, where they're not just at risk of predation, but warm temperatures might be risky as well. And so in the discussion of this paper, there was discussion of how additional studies would really be needed to ascertain whether these behavioral changes are good or bad for the populations.
Yeah, if it's good for them to survive or not.
Right. Right. Yeah, great question.
None of them got eaten in the experiment?
No.
Okay,
No.
they were big enough to.
I don't know. I would have liked to have seen these studies. Maybe the largemouth bass just weren't very hungry. Yeah, great. Well, thank you for the questions. I'm going to move on to a discussion of some of our recent activities. And Virginia mentioned that the salinity management workshop was held this week. And actually, that's the first workshop of a series of workshops that will be convening through 2022. It took place over the past 2 days, and it's a little bit too soon for us to provide detailed statistics or a report out. So I'm just going to provide an informal one. And then your June packet will include a more detailed report out with statistics on attendance and more detailed information about what the next steps will be. But I just wanted to acknowledge, first of all, the huge effort put in by Karen Kafetz, who's the program manager of the Adaptive Management Unit, and all of her staff, together with members of a large interagency planning committee. I would say that the workshop was a success from the standpoint of participation. Though I don't have the exact numbers, I do know that we had about 200 registrants, and at any given time in the workshop, it looked like there were typically 80 to 100 participants in the Zoom room. 149, that's great, even higher. It was also successful, I think, in providing a safe space. And many people said that this is something we really need to create with respect to certain topics, but a safe space to exchange conversations about diverse perspectives on salinity management, many of which are not typically represented in agency planning decisions. So we had reached out to tribal groups, fishing groups, boating groups, residents of the Delta, groups that aren't always at the table. As I've mentioned in past reports, our intention with this series of workshops in 2022 is to kick off a collaborative adaptive management process for evaluating long-term trade-offs associated with alternative strategies for salinity management during drought, arguably our most challenging aspect of managing the Delta during drought. This workshop included panel discussions, plenary sessions, and 3 breakout sessions that collectively framed the challenge of future salinity management in the context of climate change, discussed environmental justice and current laws and regulations. The workshop also built towards a shared understanding of how salinity management affects different people, industries, and ecological systems. It helped identify knowledge gaps and gaps in resources such as models, or gaps that are really certain assumptions that we're making in models that could be priorities for future research directions. And then it also started conversations around goals for long-term adaptive management and laid the foundation for a scenario-based modeling exercise that will be continuing to advance through the summer as a way to structure conversation in the October 11th through 12th workshop. So that is the next step. A next step is a set of focused working group meetings that will convene over the summer with different stakeholder groups in order to gather input on a pilot or demonstration exercise on how we might use collaboratively developed modeling tools to compare alternative salinity management strategies. And one example might be nature-based versus traditional engineering solutions and their impacts. Then the next set of workshops will be October 11th through 12th. And an outcome of that workshop will be that the participants will work to devise an action plan for a more comprehensive process of developing and comparing a fuller suite of scenarios as part of an adaptive management strategy for managing salinity. I'm also happy to report that this salinity management workshop is related to something else that's not in your packet because the dates were confirmed very recently, but the Delta Science Program has been partnering with the California Council on Science and Technology to run an expert briefing as part of their Toward a Disaster Resilient California series. And the title of this assembly briefing will be Managing Salinity in the California Delta in a Changing Climate. The date for that briefing is going to be Monday, May 16th from 10 to 11 a.m. There will be a link to access the briefing virtually. And I'm happy to report that Karen Kafetz, Senior Adaptive Management Program Manager with the Delta Science Program, is going to be the moderator of the panel. The panel itself will consist of one ISB member, Dr. Jay Lund. It will also include Brett Milligan, who's a professor in the Department of Human Ecology at UC Davis, and Nigel Quinn, who's a research group leader at Berkeley National Laboratory. So we're really excited about this upcoming event in May. Other ongoing activities include the Delta Governance Brown Bag webinar series, the second webinar of which took place on April 13th. That seminar focused on collaborative governance, and it highlighted how partnerships and decentralized structures and processes are used by government and non-government actors in order to influence decision-making. The panelists were Brett Milligan, again, he's one of the people who's going to be on the salinity management panel as well, and Andrea Gerlach at University of Arizona, Matthew Moore, a representative of the United Auburn Indian community, and Jessica Law from the Water Forum, and also a former council staff member. The next webinar is going to take place on May 5th, and it's going to focus on adaptive governance. And again, this is something that you could sign up for online and attend virtually. On Monday of next week, the Delta Lead Scientist Ask Me Anything series will continue with a focus on social science that will feature Dr. Jessica Rudnick, the California Sea Grant Extension Specialist within the Council, as the co-host. We're really excited to discuss the Delta Residents Survey. There's been a lot of planning and work on that recently, and it will be launched very soon. We will also discuss the social science community of practice and other ongoing efforts to integrate social science into all aspects of Delta science. And then after this episode of the Ask Me Anything, we'll be switching to a new format and aligning the Ask Me Anything with notable events rather than particular days of the month. So stay tuned for those changes. Another event to keep on your radar is a modeling summit that we are planning for late summer of 2022. We just recently held the inaugural meeting of the Planning Committee. This summit aims to bring together members of the Delta science and modeling community that are in agencies, consulting agencies, and in academia. And the objective of the summit is going to be to identify the next steps towards the development of a modeling collaboratory for the Delta. The collaboratory is called for in the Delta Science Plan. It's also been called for repeatedly by the Independent Science Board. And it's a term that's used to describe a virtual center that facilitates the use, reproducibility, and transparency of models for planning and prediction of future conditions in the Delta. A collaboratory has new cyber infrastructure resources associated with it that will enable more ready integration of data with models, the integration or interoperation or linking of different types of models, like models for flow with models of fish behavior, economics, habitat, and so on. And it would also facilitate the publication and visualization of model results, which can make involvement in the modeling process more accessible to a diverse group of stakeholders. Implicit in this concept is the building of a community around modeling and the broadening of the diversity of that community of people who are engaged in modeling. And we hope that it will be a space where new users or people who are trying to understand what's in these black box models can gain help and insight from veteran users in how to apply the models. So at the Modeling Summit, our plan is to invite external partners who have developed similar collaboratories and other ecosystems or other disciplinary communities to share some of the lessons that they've learned in the process of getting their collaboratories up and running and making them sustainable. And we expect that the outcomes will include a refined plan to guide the development of the collaboratory and also identify opportunities to create a proposal which we could use to pursue additional funding through competitive solicitations. So another upcoming event to keep on your radar is the release of the Delta Science Tracker. And there's a little blurb about this in your packet. But the Science Tracker is an online tool to organize and communicate information about science activities in the Delta. So if we're talking about the advancement of cyber infrastructure resources and how to increase the transparency of information, this is one of those things that contributes. The tracker contains an inventory of the science activities related to the Delta with details related to funding, collaborators, and management, linkages for each activity. So if a manager or if one of you were interested in looking at what work has been funded to address Science Action 4 of the 2022 to 2026 Science Action Agenda, this would provide a very easy way to compile that data and look at who those people might be collaborating with, what publications they've produced. The platform that we have is in its final stage of development and testing. We've already had a soft launch of it for internal use, and we anticipate a full public launch for probably early summer of 2022. And then finally, this brings me to the final part of my report, where I report on by the numbers, what's going on with California water. And I think you've all noticed we've had some precipitation in recent weeks, which is a very good thing given that January through April, well, at least through the first part of April, have been the driest on record. So despite that recent precipitation that we've had, our water situation is still dire when you look at the numbers. The Northern Sierra has received 82% of its average precipitation to date for the water year, which doesn't sound too bad, but because of the warm temperatures that we've had, just 36% of the usual total of water stored in the snowpack is present at this time of year. So for the Central Sierra, we're at 68% of average for total precipitation, but 41% of average snow water equivalent. The Shasta Reservoir is at 47% of its average storage for this time of year, while San Luis and Oroville are at 55% and 69% respectively. And meanwhile, Sacramento River flows are at 46%, and the San Joaquin River is flowing at just 13% of average for this time of year. Water project diversions are at 45% currently. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Mr. Chair, just a quick question for, yeah. Just so, thanks, Laurel. The water temperature, I noticed in each instance at the various points is 1 degree higher than average. is there significance this early in the season to be running? Is that kind of a minor deviation? And if so,
Yeah,
maybe-
so if you look at the average numbers, there is a range. I wouldn't say that 1 degree different
Okay.
from what the one average
Yeah,
is anything out of the ordinary, really.
yeah, what would be concerning though, if it was 3 or 4 degrees, or again, I don't know who tracks that. Obviously, I'm sure folks from different disciplines are looking.
Yeah, I would only be able to give an intuitive
Yeah,
opinion
yeah.
on that. And
Okay.
that's not really backed by anything. I mean, I think my gut would be about 3 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay, no, I
but-
just, yeah, get some sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I gotta get my microphone on here. Now we'll move on to agenda item number, pardon me?
We got to ask for public comment.
Public comment.
There's no public comment.
I'm kind of new at this, so hang on for me. No public comment? Okay. Now we'll move on to agenda item number 12, the science action agenda. Jessica, you'd like to introduce this item, please?
Thank you, Judge. So last week on Earth Day, the Council's Delta Science Program released the final 2022-2026 Science Action Agenda. The Science Action Agenda assists the Delta Science enterprise, the collection of agencies implementing and doing Delta Science, in prioritizing and aligning science actions to address management needs in the Delta. So this document is critically important to guiding Delta Science funding opportunities, including our own semi-annual proposal solicitation notices. And you'll notice that every science contract presented to the Council for consideration has some tie to the Science Action Agenda outlined in the staff report. So with that, I will introduce our Delta Science Program staff, who will provide an overview of the document. And then this is an action item for your consideration. So with us today virtually, we have Program Manager Henry DeBay, and also here in the room, Rachel Klopfenstein, our Senior Environmental Scientist. And Henry and Rachel and I were together yesterday, also promoting the Science Action Agenda in a different venue. So good to see you again. Go ahead, Rachel.
I'm just going to quickly say thank you for the introduction, and Henry DeBay is actually going to kick off the presentation, and I'll pick it up about halfway through. So thanks.
Louder.
Ooh, sorry, louder. Okay. I'm just going to say hi right now, and Henry's actually going to start the presentation, but I'll pick it up about halfway through. Thanks.
Thanks, Rachel, and thank you, Jessica. And thank you, Council Member Damrell, and good afternoon, Council members. As Jessica mentioned, my name is Henry DeBay. I'm the Environmental Program Manager for the Delta Science Program's Collaborative Science and Peer Review Unit. And I'm sorry I can't be with you in person today. It seems like it's a lot of fun. And as Rachel mentioned, and Rachel is the Senior Environmental Scientist in the Collaborative Science and Peer Review Unit and staff lead for this project. And her and I will provide today's presentation jointly. So as was mentioned, we're here to talk to you on behalf of a larger team about the 2022 to 2026 Science Action Agenda, or SAA, for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. And today we plan to share what the SAA is, why it matters, what our process has been, and to give you a flavor of some of the science actions captured in the document. And as was mentioned by Jessica, the action that's before the Council for this agenda item is to receive for consideration and potentially accept this document. And it looks like now we're on the right slide. So yeah, we can leave it there. Thank you. So as we all know, the Delta is a complex and rapidly changing place where the scale of the challenges outmatches the resources available. And there are multiple interest groups and different science needs. So given these factors, the Science Action Agenda provides a roadmap that harmonizes areas of shared scientific interests across the community and prioritizes science and science investments. Further, with this roadmap, scientists working in the Delta can see what science is most management relevant and contribute to the advancement of that key knowledge. Likewise, managers of different organizations can see how their programmatic priorities relate to those of other entities or collaborative groups in the Delta. Next slide, please. So what is the Science Action Agenda? Well, as its name suggests, the SAA is a 4 to 5 year science agenda that is collaboratively developed with stakeholder input and priorities from different entities and collaborative venues. While the process to develop this document is facilitated by the Delta Science Program, ultimately, this document is produced by the community and for the community. The SAA also identifies major gaps in knowledge, and it builds and strengthens the Delta's science infrastructure and capabilities, such as fostering collaboration, enhancing data sharing platforms, integrating disparate models, and more. It also prioritizes and aligns science actions to address the most pressing management needs in the Delta. Further, because the SAA is a distillation of input from scientists, managers, and stakeholders across the Delta Science Program and other agencies use it as a guide for science funding. In fact, the previous SAA for the period 2017 to 2021 was used by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the state water contractors, and the Delta Stewardship Council to allocate over $35 million to calls for research and fellowships. That science funding has in turn advanced the state of science and knowledge in the Delta and generated information critical to management, particularly as it relates to adaptive management, restoration, and applications of innovative and cost-effective methods for monitoring. Next slide, please. So here we want to clarify exactly what we mean by science action. And so for the purposes of the SAA, we've defined a science action as a scientific activity that advances our state of knowledge in order to address physical, natural, and social economic management challenges in the Delta. Examples include research, monitoring, modeling, and more. And broadly speaking, these scientific activities can be organized into two categories: those that generate new information, knowledge, or tools, and those that enhance how we use existing information or tools. An example science action for the first category is new foundational research on the human communities in the Delta, an area in which much progress and new data or knowledge is needed. An example science action for the second category is one that helps to integrate existing but disparate hydrological and ecological models to provide new insights and information. And with that, I'll hand it over to Rachel.
Great, thank you, Henry. So this 2022 to 2026 Science Action Agenda is the second full iteration, and we had embraced an adaptive approach for developing it. What's different, kind of following our adaptive management wheel here on screen, is that we first added management questions, which I'll talk about more shortly, as a recommendation from the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee, or DPIC, and their 2019 Science Funding and Governance Initiative, with the goal of better linking science actions to broader management needs. This update also involved many more stakeholders being involved in the process, which was in response to calls for more co-production. There were many opportunities for engagement, which takes time, and I'll highlight some of that engagement next. This iteration was also informed by the funded research and in our previous funding solicitations and our progress summary, which was an assessment and tracking of progress made on the 2017 to 2021 science actions. And this step served to be critical to the development process. In addition to determining the amount of funding that was allocated based on the last Science Action Agenda, we also reviewed and compiled all activities that were contributing to addressing the previous science actions. We sought public input on a draft progress summary and released the final progress summary in the spring of last year. The existing gaps identified were used to inform the development of new science actions. So in some cases, you can really see how a new science action in this new Science Action Agenda was building upon the previous science actions. Lastly, excuse me, in response to comments during the public review period, we expanded upon the guiding principle for the Science Action Agenda, which is integration. Some of the greatest management challenges require understanding the interlinked processes driving the Delta and integrative approaches to develop multi-agency solutions. Thus, this science action agenda is built upon a vision of integration. Next slide. Since early 2020, we engaged with over 30 collaborative groups, presented at multiple steps in the process to groups such as the Council, the Delta Independent Science Board, and DPIC. And we heard from nearly 150 workshop participants from almost 50 different affiliations at 2 workshops, garnered over 150 survey responses across multiple surveys and more. And we truly appreciate everyone that contributed along the way. Next slide, please. The Delta Science Program released the draft Science Action Agenda for review in November of 2021 through January 2022. We received 14 public comment letters, including one from the Delta Independent Science Board in a formal comment letter and during discussions at their late fall and winter meetings. The primary feedback and changes in response to these comments were to better connect the science actions to relevant legislation and existing programs, for example, the Delta Plan, or to other agencies' initiatives. Clarifying the temporal scope and scale of the science action agenda, namely that it is a 4 to 5 year science agenda focused on current needs, but some science actions will provide a foundation from which to address more long-term needs. And then lastly, emphasizing that how the 2017 to 2021 progress summary really influenced the priority science actions in this new iteration. And we expanded upon that in an appendix in the report. Next slide, please. So the science action agenda has been organized into 3 hierarchical components, as shown by the pyramid diagram here, to ensure that science actions are really grounded in the management context, which is a key goal. So management needs are at the top of this pyramid are the broadest component, and we've landed on 6 management needs. Below that, we have management questions, which again are new for this iteration, which offer slightly more resolution on key management uncertainties. Through public outreach and input, we landed on 65 top management questions in early 2021. And though all of them are included in some way in the final science action agenda, not all of them directly relate to our priority science actions. And we actually added 1 additional management question in response to public comments, which is that little +1 you see on the screen. And central to all of this are the science actions themselves, of which we've prioritized 25 based on public input for funding in the near term. We also had so many good suggestions, though, that we've preserved 75 additional science actions developed through the process in an appendix in the report. And I'll now give you a quick flavor for the management needs and the science actions. So next slide, please. So with the help of public input, the management needs we landed on broadly relate to improving or assessing coordination of large-scale experiments across the system, monitoring model integration and forecasting, multi-benefit approaches to managing the Delta as a social ecological system, building and integrating knowledge on human behavior and processes, acquiring new knowledge and synthesizing existing knowledge to support species recovery, and assessing and anticipating the impacts of climate change. So thinking back to our fun pyramid diagram, the science actions are responsive to these management needs and the management questions. So by design, the science actions themselves are cross-cutting and integrative. They are not narrowly focused and cannot likely be addressed by just one individual project. So keep that in mind. There's room for researchers and scientists to use creative solutions and multiple approaches within these actions. And I'll highlight a few of the science actions now. So next slide, please. So here's a subset of our top 25 science actions, a small subset, in the final document that we want to highlight for you all today. And I'll note first the symbols on the screen. They're used to indicate if a science action is new for this science action agenda, the little sun, or if it's really building on previous science actions. You can see the green boxes. So first, science action 1C focuses on identifying and implementing large-scale experiments that can address uncertainties in the outcomes of management actions for water supply, ecosystem function, and socioeconomic conditions in the Delta. An example of this could be a large flow experiment or studying the effects of an emergency drought barrier. Science action 5C is about determining how environmental drivers like nutrients or temperature interact to cause harmful algal blooms in the Delta, identifying impacts on human communities and human and ecosystem health, and testing possible mitigation strategies. So this really focuses on harmful algal blooms, which are a major concern for water quality in Delta residents and recreators. Science Action 6B is about evaluating the individual and cumulative impacts and trade-offs of drought management actions on ecological and human communities over multiple timescales, particularly relevant now with our extreme drought conditions that we face today. Other science actions focus on understanding human communities in the Delta with a focus on equity and environmental justice, testing innovative approaches to invasive species management, understanding thresholds of survival for managed species, and more. Next slide, please. So now that the final science action agenda is released, we are spreading the word and asking for support in doing so. We at the Delta Science Program are excited also to begin implementing the science action agenda. For your awareness, the Delta Science Program will begin implementing the 2022 to 2026 Science Action Agenda through the 2022 California Sea Grant Delta Science Fellowship, which Laurel mentioned, the 2023 Proposal Solicitation Notice, which is an upcoming funding call, as well as through workshops, syntheses, directed actions, and collaboration with new partners. Next slide, please. What we're asking what we're asking from the council for today is to receive and consider acceptance of the 2022 to 2026 Science Action Agenda. Moving forward, we see the council members interacting with the Science Action Agenda by way of reviewing related science funding contracts and staff reports, and in drawing connections between the top science actions, management needs, and management questions with future council efforts. And with that, I want to say thank you. Next slide, please. We really appreciate your time today. It's very fun also to be in person, but we appreciate your time today and throughout this entire process. We welcome any comments. Next slide. And just while you ponder any questions or comments that you may have, I do want to express thanks. We as a team and myself as the staff lead on this really want to say thank you to all the staff in our collaborative science and peer review unit, our leadership team at the science program, and to many council staff who facilitated workshops, reviewed products, and were engaged in this process for the last 2 years throughout all of COVID, and to the broader community that all engaged in this process. We really could not have done it without that support. So thank you.
Are there any questions for witness here?
Mr. Chair.
Right, Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Rachel or Henry, was there a good deal of carryover or bridging between the current science action plan and what we're being endorsed today? And if so, how was that noted? I know Dr. Larson talked about, some of the background. So again, the documents included here, I haven't had a chance to go through it. Maybe it's self-evident here, but I guess I was thinking about it because work is ongoing. Obviously, you're testing different aspects of some of the impacts and stressors in the Delta and all the various things you covered. But I just was curious, how is that bridge between the planning cycles, I guess, more than anything else?
Yeah, well, I'll quickly answer that. And then Henry, feel free to add anything. We really started with, compiling a list of relevant needs and looking back at the last science action agenda. So those were done in the, kind of in tandem. And I would say that now the science actions that we have really about, are pretty evenly split in ones that are pretty new in terms of not being directly related to previous ones, and ones that are really building on efforts that were initiated in the last science action agenda. And that's kind of noted with those symbols throughout the document.
Okay.
But we also, within each of these, we have kind of at the front of the report is kind of a quick guide to the science actions, but later down, there's a full section which outlines the list, each of the science actions by management need, And then next to it is a whole detailed context, kind of about the background. It notes which science action it's building upon and links to kind of relevant initiatives that are ongoing, because there's quite a bit of work, even for new ones, that build upon other efforts throughout the science community.
So for the novice reader or for the one who's been involved, you could go to that reference. And where is that in the report?
For each of the sections.
Oh, for each section.
Yeah, for each of the management needs, yeah.
Like I say, I have not had a chance to review it.
That's okay.
It just released last Friday.
Yep.
Well, that's good to know, because I think it's not just, in essence, building upon the work, but it's referencing it so that scientists, but those who would have an interest, because some of this is very understandable, very readable, and I think will help folks to kind of know, in looking back, where you've been, kind of where you started from, where you are, and where you're headed with, a good deal of the science action. So again, I thank you, and look forward to subsequent opportunities, certainly as they arise, but to get a chance to delve a little deeper into some of the good work that's going on. So thanks, Mr. Chair.
Members, are there any further questions?
This is available online, correct, Rachel?
Yeah,
Of
it's
the
now on our
full-
website, and we've
yes.
recently updated the website as well.
Thank you.
There's also linked, there's a frequently asked questions for just a couple of pages for those big questions.
Any other questions? Are there any public comments?
No, there are not.
There being no public comments, can I get a motion to accept the 2022-2026 Science Action Agenda?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? All right. What?
That can call the roll for you if you'd like.
Well, I'll just call the roll here. I'll proceed with some dexterity, calling the roll. Damrell, aye.
Natoli, aye.
Zingale, aye.
Smith, aye. Lee, aye.
Very well, the motion is passed. And the acceptance of the 22-26 Science Action Agenda is also approved.
Thank you.
You have a question?
No, I just was thanking Rachel and Henry.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Now we'll move on to agenda item number 13, Delta ISP update. Jessica, would you like to introduce this item?
Of course. Well, I'm happy to welcome back Dr. Steve Brandt and members of the Delta Independent Science Board to give us an update on their current activities, including their very recent release of a review of the monitoring enterprise in the Delta. Here, joining Chair Stephen Brandt, we have Dr. Virginia Dale, Dr. Joe Fernando, and Dr. Tanya Heikkila. Dr. Brandt, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Great, please proceed.
Thank you. If I could start with the slides. Thanks, Jessica, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Steve Brandt. I'm the current chair of the Delta Independent Science Board. And what we're going to do today is provide you with an overview of one of our most recently completed reviews. And I'm sorry I can't be there, but our board met in that same room about 2 weeks ago. And it was our first face-to-face meeting in 2 years. And I think it was one of our more productive meetings we've had in a long time. So I can only, I can imagine how much fun you're having meeting face-to-face again. Today I'll give you a brief introduction and then turn over the podium to Drs. Joe Fernando and Tanya Heikkila, who will provide an overview of what we did and what some of our results were. If I can have the next slide and the next slide. As background, I think most of you understand what the Delta Independent Science Board does, but for the new council members, the Delta Reform Act gave the board the responsibility to provide oversight of the scientific research, monitoring, and assessment programs that support adaptive management in the Delta. We also provide independent advice on the Delta plan and consult and help you all select the appointment of the science lead. The next slide. We review a lot of documents. We review the science action agenda. We review the Delta science plan, the Delta plan. We reviewed the white papers to the Delta ecosystem amendments. But our primary responsibility is to review the science in the Delta. And we have chosen to do that by doing large-scale reviews on a thematic basis. And our responsibility is also to take those reviews and present them formally to the council. And that's what we're here to do today. The reviews we've completed are listed here. We've had reviews on fish and flows, Delta as an evolving place, water quality. And last year I presented you with our review on non-native species. Today we are presenting our review of the monitoring enterprise in the Delta. In June, we'll come back and present our review on a recently completed topic of water supply reliability. The next slide. In general, what our purpose for these thematic reviews is to really get an overarching evaluation of the state and adequacy of the science in the Delta. The reviews are largely Delta-wide in perspective. They are strategic and usually go beyond the responsibility of an individual agency. So they're very large-scale reviews. We want to identify what the gaps are, increase scientific credibility, improve research clarity, and advance the state of debate about Delta issues, and then seek better connectivity between science, management, and policy. Now, you've just heard a report of the Science Action Agenda, which talked about a 4 to 6 year span. I think in many respects, we take off from that. And even though the recommendations we make are almost of an immediate nature, they are designed to be something that is strategic, something that's needed for the long-term goals and management needs in the Delta. To remind everyone, we do not make, or recommend, or endorse any policies, to keep our sort of the science independent from those policy decisions. The next slide. Our general approach to these reviews is to first to identify sort of a thematic topic that is where a review is needed. We do that in a lot of different ways. Look at the Delta Plan chapters themselves. We have scientific panels and discussions. We do surveys. We've had retreats. There's a number of ways we do that to solicit opinion on what might be the input on what might be a good topic to review. We write a 2-page or 3-page prospectus on what we intend to do and why we intend to do it and who the audience is, and get that out for public review so we can have input at that early stage of our review. And at various stages in the drafting of the document, we have a number of opportunities, as you'll see in our discussion of the monitoring review, for public comment. And then we make that final report to the council. It doesn't end there. We have a lot of outreach and engagement activities to try and enhance the probability that these recommendations will be adopted and enacted. It includes presentation at conferences, publications, summary sheets. I think you have a summary sheet of this particular review in your packet, field trips, and stakeholder engagement. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Joe Fernando, who will begin discussing what's in this review. Joe? You're on mute, Joe.
Yeah, thank you, Steve, for the introduction of that ISB review process, and good afternoon, council members. Sorry I couldn't be there today. I'm sitting here in South Bend, Indiana, a bit too far. My show here is to give very specifics about the monitoring review we call the Monitoring Enterprise Review, or MER. And so before I give that review, I would like to introduce or define what is monitoring. So monitoring actually is defined as a process of measuring or collecting information to grasp what is happening. And if you do it systematically and focused manner, it is called scientific monitoring. So our monitoring enterprise review is basically a review of scientific monitoring. So the purpose of this review was to assess if the information collected from monitoring is meeting the needs of management agencies. That means whether we are taking more data than usual or less data. There's a gulf between the requirements and what we do, the monitoring process. So that's one of the things, one of the purposes of this review. The second one is how coordination could be improved of monitoring agencies. As we know that there are certain overlaps between the agencies, there are monitoring parameters, there can be some overlap. So just to identify them, and also the gulf that there are gaps that we should be addressing. The third one is the monitoring data to assess whether the monitoring data can support implementation of adaptive management. As you know, that the adaptive management is that you make a hypothesis, you make changes, and whether changes are useful or not can be only assessed by measuring or by measurements. So that's basically through monitoring. I would also like to mention that the monitoring enterprise in the Delta is very vast. In the report, we identify, I think, 157 different monitoring activities. And because of that reason, this review is a very large and extensive review, and it is the largest ever undertaken by ISB. And it involves all the members of the current ISB as well as the former members, which we would like to acknowledge. It's a vast process. Can I get the next slide, please? Why review monitoring? Well, the monitoring basically cut across the whole Delta science fabric, because everything the Delta science enterprise does, it involves monitoring. So it is essential that we understand the ecosystem status, current status, and its functioning. And also monitoring will give an idea about the evolution and responses to management actions. And also monitoring will inform us the changes in environmental drivers that basically changes the environment. So that's one of the very essential roles. The second one is that the Delta Plan's adaptive management process is really dependent on monitoring. And the third one is all topics considered in our previous reviews, current reviews, and many things we do. Actually, monitoring is a very essential component. So that's basically kind of summed up why we review monitoring. Can I get the next slide, please? And the methods and processes. So basically, this is the modus operandi of the review process. And I should mention that it is a vast review, as I mentioned. So we have constrained the scope to a manageable level, yet it is very useful and sufficiently robust. So we basically had two components of monitoring. One is the component one, which is the monitoring inventory, which is somewhat of a very tedious task, which was done by a contractor hired by DSP. And that basically looked at all monitoring activities, physical, chemical, biological, geological, and social sciences in the Delta. And it took 15 months to complete by the contractor, and they produced a monitoring report. And then the second component is basically you take the information gleaned from component one, and then you infuse the knowledge, experience of the ISB members and the public, and you kind of encapsulate everything to come up with some recommendations in the management context, and to review whether we can strengthen and strengthen and address the challenges of monitoring, and to come up with certain recommendations. So that is the final report of the monitoring enterprise review. Can I get the next one, please? So this is the process involved. It's a kind of a key milestones. As Steve mentioned, that it started in 2007 with a prospectus developed and get public comments on it. And then during a November to July period in 2017-18, that we had quite a bit of activity just to kind of mature the process. There were some brown bag seminars and there were expert panels, and they were taking place. In January to August, we had requests for proposals for monitoring enterprise. So that is the first component, for the first component. And after a thorough review, SR Technology with CBEC Engineering and PEX Environmental, they were selected as the contractor. And then in April 2019, there was a workshop, public workshop. There were 60 participants, invited participants, and that actually also had feedback from the participants. And then March 2020, after 15 months, the monitoring inventory was completed. And there were 3 reports. Can I get the next click, please? The reports are right there, the lessons and methodology report, and an inventory report, and synthesis report. So they were basically presented, and also we got feedback from public for that report, and that was from May to June. And April to May 2021, ISB selected several scientists, actually 19 of them, and managers who are very cognizant with the monitoring enterprise for interviews. And 11 of them were interviewed because of the time constraints. And then the public comments as well as the comments from the experts were coded, with a special coding framework, and kind of encapsulate all their information. And the public draft was released for ISB meetings in July to September 21. October, the public draft was released for public comments. And in 2022 March, they finalized the report, and that's the one we are presenting today. And also during this whole process, I should mention that the stakeholder and public engagement and participation was basically considered in each phase of this development. Can I get the next one, please? So these are the management areas considered, and these were actually in the component one of the MER report. So that was from the contractors. So these are the management areas identified. I should also mention that these were identified in association with the ISB members involved in the process. The areas are water supply, flood, habitat, native species, invasive species, water quality, and land use. And whatever we did thereafter, we tried to have all these areas represented well. Some were represented more than others, but certainly they were represented well. Can I get the next slide, please? So this is kind of a very loaded and busy slide. It's just for information only, not to read very carefully. As you see, this is basically the organizational framework that represents the environmental drivers and conditions that affect environmental change in Delta. So you can see that this includes all the biological, physical, chemical, and geological attributes of Delta environmental drivers and conditions, habitats and species. And also the left-hand side, you can see that these are the direct socioeconomic drivers of the environmental change, and those all working together. And the right is the management actions we just discussed, the 7 of them there. And that constituted the whole process or the framework in developing the review. The components were quite passed with each other, a lot of discussions went on, And you can see even this whole slide or the diagram is quite detailed.
Or one other.
Quite detailed.
Call you back.
And quite detailed. And then you can see, for example, if you look at the hydrology and hydrodynamics component, there's a C there. It's like copyright symbol there. And that basically says it is, that component has been developed to a level that detailed conceptual models are available. And if you look at the weather and climate, there's a $sign there that shows that it's a primary stressor on the delta. So all these little symbols have meanings. So whoever read this very carefully can glean those information. Can I get the next slide, please? And these are the guiding questions of the monitoring enterprise review. And these were developed early on after the public workshop in 2019, April. And you can see the questions are like, what are the gaps and redundancies of current monitoring? And what are the level of coordination between agencies and organizations? And the opportunities to increase efficiencies, data quality, which is a very important one, and data quality control, and data accessibility for the stakeholders and public, and also the resources availability for monitoring enterprise. So all those were developed during the early on, and then and the whole process of developing the review went on with these questions. And I should say these questions helped us to organize the way we kind of cast our findings later on. And the findings led to few very crisp recommendations. And I think Tanya is going to talk about the findings and recommendations. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Joe. Hello, council members. I'm Tanya Heikala, and thank you for the opportunity to share the Monitoring Enterprise Review report. I'm going to, as Joe said, highlight some of the findings related to those questions that Joe just presented, and also give you a high-level summary of our recommendations. So before I get into some of the specific findings related to the questions that Joe mentioned, some of the general findings that we found were really related to the challenges around connecting monitoring activities to management. So we had 157 unique monitoring activities identified in the Delta, and those were documented in the inventory, or that first component of the research that was done. And in that inventory, 62% of those monitoring activities were influenced by a management driver. However, there was a lack of clarity around some of the problems that monitoring and adaptive management are intended to address in that inventory. So the inventory, you'll see an image here, what that inventory looks like. It will be available publicly through the Delta Science Tracker coming soon. It may not be exactly in this format, but we will be able to get more access to that. So can I have the next slide, please? We also, in addition to the inventory, drew some lessons from the questionnaires that we used and the interviews that we used to assess some of these challenges between monitoring and management, and the connection between them. And one of the examples from the questionnaire results was that there is a common perception of a monitoring and management disconnect across the monitoring enterprise, and that the disconnect between monitoring needs and data collection, although not unique to the Delta, could be improved through better planning, coordination, and communication. Next slide, please. You can also see here, we then delved into some more specific questions that Joe had mentioned earlier, related to here the gaps for monitoring and what we're seeing across the monitoring enterprise in terms of where there might be areas that we're not adequately monitoring, but also potentially redundancies in some of the monitoring activities. And these are just some examples here that we identified in our analysis from all of the various sources that we included in the review process. And you'll see, for example, these are organized around that very detailed framework that Joe had presented earlier, related to the environmental drivers. There's gaps around chemical contaminants or harmful algal blooms, or if you look down at the species box in green, there's some gaps related to some of the issues related to delta smelt. For example, difficulty in sampling properly or incomplete ecological and life cycle data. So while these gaps were identified, we didn't have as fine of a resolution in understanding precisely the temporal issues around some of these gaps, for example, or some of the specific monitoring needs that we would need to spend a little more time investigating to further identify. So next slide, please. Another question we asked in the review was the level of coordination in monitoring across all of the different organizations and entities that engage in the monitoring enterprise. And you'll see from this figure here that there's variation in how much coordination happens in the monitoring enterprise by topical area. So these 4 images on the slide just are illustrative of a handful of some of the monitoring areas, such as water quality monitoring in type 1 versus bird monitoring in type 3. And you can see that there's more dense coordination in water quality monitoring than compared to, say, bird monitoring. So this analysis demonstrated that there was a need for some better coordination and integration across various monitoring areas, but also across geographic areas and certain ecosystem components. Next slide, please. We also asked about opportunities to increase efficiencies in monitoring. And a couple of the key findings here are that there's a need to increase comparability of water quality monitoring parameters. That could include things like standardizing the use and calibration of equipment, or employing more consistent sampling protocols, or centralizing data management. There's also a need to standardize habitat classification schemes to improve habitat monitoring coordination, as well as incorporating some of the latest monitoring techniques and technologies that are available into the broader monitoring enterprise. Next slide, please. We asked about data quality and accessibility in monitoring programs. And from the inventory analysis, we saw that 44% of the monitoring activities have publicly accessible data and data collection guided by a monitoring design or sampling protocol and adequate QA/QC procedures. But that also means that on the flip side, there's a lot of monitoring activities that don't have that publicly accessible data. So although data accessibility has improved, we need to continue to improve, and especially improve on the timeliness of data sharing. So as one example here, 95% of the monitoring activities identified have, although they have publicly accessible data, the data are hard to find or lack sufficient documentation or not available in a timely manner to conduct analysis. Next slide, please. Okay, based on our findings, we came up with several recommendations. And the first set of recommendations focus on some guidelines for individual monitoring programs that are part of the Delta monitoring enterprise. And given the challenges between identifying adequate monitoring activities to answer management questions, we recommend developing an adaptive management framework for designing monitoring programs. And you'll see in this image here that there's several steps to this adaptive management approach for a monitoring program that really starts with defining the purpose of the program. It also encourages framing the problem in new ways, thinking then about how to design the monitoring program more explicitly around the problem, implementing the monitoring program, learning from it as you go, and then continually revising the monitoring program. And can you just click on the next, there we go. And you'll see for each of these steps in the adaptive management framework, there's a set of kind of detailed questions and approaches that need to be considered as you move through this adaptive management framework for any individual monitoring program. And of course, these would have to be tailored to specific monitoring programs, but we think this is an approach that can really help address some of the disconnect between monitoring and management. Next slide, please. And within this kind of adaptive management approach, we also identified some general principles or best practices that all monitoring programs should keep in mind. These include formally tying monitoring to the questions, goals, and objectives of management, being informed by stakeholders' needs and capabilities, and including alternative forms of data and knowledge in monitoring programs, adapting as new information and technology becomes available, including data management analysis and synthesis, and ensuring data are accessible to a wide range of stakeholders and organizations and individuals. Next slide, please. Finally, in addition to making recommendations for monitoring programs, we felt that there were some cross-cutting recommendations that needed to be considered for the monitoring enterprise as a whole. These are kind of the big move recommendations that we would like, all of the entities involved in the monitoring enterprise to work towards. And these are not necessarily sequential, they interact and influence one another, but I'll start with recommendation A, which is again to focus on developing management-informed priority science needs and questions that can really help inform monitoring decisions. Recommendation B is to reimagine monitoring designs then to address those priority needs and questions. And then recommendation C is to strengthen the integration of funding and organizational structure. There is no overarching kind of monitoring organization in the Delta, and there's, as you saw, variation in how well coordinated many of the monitoring organizations are. And so we really do need to approach this from a coordination standpoint and really develop more capacity across these entities in how they work with one another and collaborate on the various monitoring activities. So just one more click, please. And you'll see each of these, we have more detailed recommendations, kind of sub-recommendations under these, and I won't go through them for the sake of time, but we can share more if there's questions in the Q&A. Okay, next slide. I think we're back to Steve now.
Thanks, Tanya. Well, where do we go from here? And as I said earlier on, that many of our reviews span sort of single agency mandates and really require the collaboration and integration in order to achieve the recommendations. And that's certainly true of the monitoring enterprise. And as Tanya said, there's no single overarching monitoring program in the Delta. So therefore, integration and collaboration are critical. So we've made a request to make our results or present our results to DPIC, which at their next meeting. Secondly, we'd like to ask the council and science program in general how they might help us move some of these recommendations forward, perhaps even considering them as part of the overall Delta Science strategy. But perhaps the first step might be to consider forming a work group via the Delta Science program and DPIC to sit down and discuss the review recommendations and perhaps what might be fruitful steps forward. Beyond that, we're looking at producing a journal publication from this, a peer-reviewed journal publication, which will reach the scientific community within the Delta and frankly within the nation. And then we plan to continue our conversations with various groups that do a lot of the monitoring and see if there's ways that our recommendations might help them improve their programs, and continue our conversations with groups like the Collaborative Adaptive Management Team and IEP. So I think the next slide, I want to thank you for your attention and the time we've had here. I know that we've thrown an awful lot at you, but we're happy to take any questions now or down the road if you have any. Thank you.
Are there any questions for our independent scientists? Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple, first, thank you to our presenters and thank you, Dr. Brandt, for leading the conversation. One being, and being that we got Amanda in the audience, is this something that we're going to accommodate for the DPIC? And maybe you covered that earlier, but it seems to make good sense and timing seems to be pretty spot on, so.
Yeah, Amanda Bowl, Delta Stewardship Council. Yeah, I've already begun discussions with the Delta Independent Science Board as well as the Delta Science Program about making monitoring a potential focus of the next DPIC meeting. And that will definitely include presentation similar to this by the ISB.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Ben. And then the other question I had for our team that presented on the potential for a journal publication. Would that be a regular publication? It would be something that would be published and then added to over time, or there be a regular publication? Again, I'm not that familiar with certainly all the professional journals, but I do think that not just for the science community, but for if it's in understandable terms, which much of this is, I think for laypersons and others who are interested in the Delta and Delta science and how it relates to real life activities, I think it makes good sense. So I guess I'm just curious, and does that require additional funding in order to accomplish that, or additional staff support? Or is it something that can be accomplished under the existing framework for resources?
Of course, if I was smart, I'd say it requires a lot of funding, but no.
Well, you're smart, so I guess you said it, so.
No, not at all. And part of our regular process is that we will produce a peer-reviewed journal publication, which is really the thing that most scientists read rather than these reports. We've done this before in the restoration review. We did a peer review publication as well as a publication recently on rapid change. This one will be in a scientific journal. I don't remember. We've already picked the journal. But it'll be a well-respected scientific journal, and that will reach the scientific community. And we also do a lot of other things to reach the broader community, like these 2-page flyers. We've given presentations, for example, at the most recent IEP workshop, and we often present, and probably will with this too, like at the Bay Delta Conference and things like that. So we do participate in those as part of our sort of outreach responsibilities to make sure it reaches the broadest audience.
Thank you, Dr. Brandt. So I guess if I understood you, so you'd be publishing in one of the current journals, you have an article that would then be a part of that. Is that?
Yeah, very simply, the way it works is we submit an article to a scientific journal, and then they review it on a peer review basis and decide whether or not it's publishable. And then our intent is to follow it through and attempt to get it published. We think we will. Virginia?
Okay.
I just wanted to add that a key part of science is peer review, to get critique by other scientists and therefore give credibility to this approach, and therefore give credibility to all the work that's going on in the Delta. So for science that it does go through the peer review process, it is of greater value than just a report.
Great. Thanks, doctors. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much to the scientists who participated and for your presentation here today. It's very thoughtful, and I think it helps put a frame around the work that we do on the council. But I was particularly interested in on general findings, bullet point 3, that there was a lack of clarity around the problems that monitoring and adaptive management are intended to address. And I would think from my position as a non-scientist that typically monitoring would begin if a problem had been identified, and therefore data would be collected and then evaluated to assess the accuracy of whatever prompted that to begin with. So could you give maybe some examples of that lack of clarity? Were there perhaps a statutory requirement that monitoring occurred, or other circumstances that could kind of clear that up a little bit?
I'll start a little bit, maybe not an example of where the disconnect is, but further explanation of what our recommendations would do. And we found a disconnect right down to the people sometimes who were out collecting samples. They weren't really sure what the purpose was, the real purpose. Yeah, they were out there to collect fish and count, but in terms of what the real management purpose of the collection was about. And by setting up at the very beginning a what we call a monitoring goal, specifically what's the overall purpose of the monitoring program, and have that be well vetted, not only throughout the scientific and management community, but through stakeholders, there will be much more transparency into what the monitoring program is all about. And then if it comes along where there's new technologies or new information available or so, the flexibility in the monitoring program is probably equally as important, so that people realize that monitoring can change, as the system changes or as new technologies become available. And that requires a refocusing and look at those goals again to see whether or not you can modify the program and maintain those goals. So I don't know if Tanya or Joe, you had specifics?
Sure, I can maybe add an example. I mean, I think there were a lot of different examples that came up in our report, and I have the report in front of me, and actually had just seen this one quote, and it was around issues of emerging contaminants, water quality contaminants, and what we know about those contaminants, for example. And one of the quotes that we got from an interviewee said, "We know contaminants are having an effect on species. We don't know the magnitude, we don't know the spatial extent, we don't even know necessarily what all the contaminants are. So if folks are doing monitoring of their discharge to be in compliance with their waste discharge requirements, that doesn't tell us what's happening in the ecosystem. And there's mixtures of chemicals, and then there's other things that we don't even know we should be monitoring for." So there's a lot of uncertainty, I think, in an ecosystem like this that creates challenges when we have regulatory mandates for, we have to be monitoring for X, Y, and Z, but we don't necessarily know what, whether or not that's going to tell us anything about the impacts on the things that we care about in the ecosystem. So I think there's, those types of issues that are arising, and it's a challenge in such a complex ecosystem and in such a complex institutional system as well.
Are there any further questions from council members?
Joe, did you want to?
Yeah, just to clarify, and also there is the issue of how long you should monitor, what frequency you should monitor. So that requires a certain amount of understanding of the processes you are looking for. So if it is not clear, you don't know how to design, what protocols you should be using. So those things have to be clarified through a scientific process, and hopefully our report will give you a little bit of light on those things, because that addresses the type of frequencies and the length of monitoring, the techniques. So all those things are quite important, and that also not very clear at this time.
Any further questions? Hearing none, that brings us to the end of our meeting. The next council meeting will be on May 26, 2022. Oh, I'm told I've just missed something here. Is there any public comment?
You already know, didn't you? No, there's not.
I always stumble on the last one here. Okay, hearing none. That brings us to the end of our meeting. As I pointed out, the next council meeting will be on May 26, 2022, here at the CNRA headquarters. It is anticipated that the meeting will conclude a tour of the Delta. And in any event, you have a good rest of the day. Thank you.
And just an announcement for everyone in the room, Vice Chair Medwina brought some pastries, and there's still plenty over there in the corner. So feel free to grab them for the road.